Good. Audio is kicking. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks for being with us tonight. We're going to have a good time. I am with an all-star cast. And, William, I don't think it's going to be a TPK, but you never know. It might be. I have done such things before. Hello, Amanda. How's the audio sound? I probably sound a little tinny because I don't have my mic next to me. Does that sound a little bit better?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone in Twitch land, can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Much better now.
Okay, all right. So you guys can chat. I'll be right back, and we're going to kick this off in just a moment.
Adjusting my phone and getting a phone call at the same time.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know this was supposed to be all-star cast. I can leave.
He says that to everyone.
Oh, yeah, exactly. There's no exception to us, so don't. Yep.
If you aren't an all-star now, you will be.
Yep.
That's okay. I'm a legend in my own mind.
Yep, that's good. Yep.
But you know, falling in love with yourself is the start of a lifelong romance.
Mm-hmm. And then you become ossified like the rest of us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's so funny.
Hey, I just got my ARP card.
Oh. Mm-hmm. When I went to saw the D&D movie. That was the first time I actually went as a senior. That was funny. The first movie I watched as a senior. That was appropriate.
Yeah. I need to start taking advantage of some of those discounts now.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What I turn
You know, if I hold this out long enough, I can make this shillelagh look like a pipe.
It does.
Yes.
Wow. That looks really awesome. That's like Gandalf
That's right.
vibes there, that one.
Yes, it'll be a formal gathering.
Mm-hmm.
I get to try out my Titan dice I got from Jay.
Well, cool. I use my tiny dice for this because I have so much. I have snacks and all sorts of things on my desk. So I
don't know where I'm gonna roll at. It might be on the floor, but we'll figure something out.
Yeah, I have some cables that I built a little nest that I can roll so it doesn't disappear. Yeah. I have regular dice on the ready here too, so just in case.
Yeah, I 3D printed a thing to roll dice in, so we'll see how that works.
Ooh, nice.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine's a totally collapsible magnetic thing. It folds up into a small box.
Oh,
Very
sweet.
nice.
Wow, that looks really cool.
That does look
All
cool.
together.
I got the cover of a puzzle box.
There you go.
I have one of my gorgeous Dragon Crafting Guild dice trays.
Oh, sweet. All right.
Well, Bruce just went old school on us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is. All right. I'm going to kick off one of our Blue Box favorites here. Yes, many of you are already commenting. You hear that famous voice. Watch now the cartographic stylings. Cartographic? How do you pronounce that in that form, in adjective form?
Photography stylings?
Well, yeah.
Cartographic.
I think sounds.
Cartographic.
Cartographic sounds best, I think. Of Anna B. Meyer. You can check out her Patreon there if you're not already a member. What are you doing?
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Welcome, first time chatter. David, thank you for the sub. 35, almost 3 years, Rob. Hard to believe.
A little deep dive into a car. That's really cool. Yeah.
Yep. And if you noticed, the map starts on my view with the sea of dust. It's almost like I knew what I was doing.
Yep.
All right, that link is now up there for you. You should, if you click it, you should see a big sort of red sun, black and red sun outline. That would mean you're actively viewing one of my live screens.
Where are we seeing that at?
It would be in the Ossified Grognard's Discord. Did I not put it in there? Let me see. Yep.
Yeah, it's there.
It did.
I got it.
Oh yeah, got it.
And you can just pop that over another screen and you'll know. So some of the things I'll show won't be on that screen. Mostly the static images won't be on that screen. They're on a different screen I have here, but that doesn't matter if you're a couple second lag. Videos I will play on this screen, and then of course anything that we do in the VTT. You can do the same thing with cameras, by the way. So if you're running a physical tabletop game and you want to show your minis and your terrain and not have a Twitch lag, you can use the same tool.
Video Ninja is great. I use it for all my live streams.
Yep,
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, we use that for Scion on Saturdays when I'm in on Wandering DM.
Very cool, very cool. Hello, Mike. Good to have you in. Man, we got 30 people in. We haven't even started yet. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for jumping in. We're going to have some fun tonight, I think. I think it's highly probable.
Well,
That's the
I
plan.
told everybody I knew that I'd be on here making a fool of myself, so hopefully they'll,
Well, that surely would bring out the audience.
And David Sarienko is actually one of my best friends from back in grade school who used to play Dungeons and Dragons with back in basic days.
Oh.
Through AD&D and even some 2E, so glad to see you here.
Cool.
Krellin said, "At last, an internet thing where I'm the young one."
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay, we're going to get lots of that tonight, but we are ready for it. And so with that, if everybody's ready, we're going to go ahead and click over live on video. Let me just get this back where I want it. And here we go. You are going to be not only heard, but seen in 3, 2, and 1. And welcome, everyone, to Blue Box, our special April one-shot here with this august crew of ossified grognards. We are so glad to be with you tonight, and there is a ton of D&D experience here, a lot of fun to be had, and we're looking forward to this. I will tell you that there was some pre-chat that dealt with things like AARP and hip surgeries, I think, so that kind of tells you where where our crew is at. But it's going to be fun. We've got a really, really good group of people here. Tonight, we're going to go a little bit longer. It'll probably... Oh, hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're going to go a little bit longer than we typically do on Tuesday nights. I would anticipate this will be about 4 hours, but that's a guess. I am basing the core of this on an unreleased module built by Carlos Leising. He and I had a conversation on this about a week ago, and as we were comparing notes, I thought that is something that I can adapt and will work really well for this setting. And if you've ever worked with any of Carlos' modules, you'll know there are really several things, but two principal things to be aware of. One, they are outstanding. He's very creative. His writing is incredible. His descriptive scenes, the stat blocks are always on point. He's fantastic. The other thing, he has no conception of reality of time. And the stuff that he writes he thinks can be done in a one-shot can never be done in a one-shot. So we're going to move this along tonight as quickly as we can, but I do think we're going to have a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Tracy. What else does one wear to the opera? So we're going to go around quickly. We're going to introduce our crew. We'll start out with just your personal introductions. Then I'm going to set the stage or the scene tonight. Then we'll let you do character introductions, and then we'll start the game. We'll save any announcements and whatnot for the break, and we have a lot of announcements to get through. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Chip. Tonight we will be toward John's hip replacement. No, I am not there yet. Hopefully never, but no, I am, knock on wood, all systems are functioning. But the I lost my train of thought now. The rules tonight we'll explain in just a moment, but I want to start out with the introductions for each of you. So we're going to start. Let's go on my bottom of the screen here. So for you viewers, he'd be kind of middle top. and that is Jason. Jason, introduce yourself. Tell us who you are on Discord, and don't worry, there, Tim. I'm going to move your camera over a little bit on my screen so you don't have to move yourself.
I can only see your Zoom screen anyway.
Okay.
Tim.
There we go.
While they're doing that, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Jason, Jason Boyd. I've been playing Dungeons & Dragons probably either end of 80 or 81. I'm really uncertain of the exact year, but my older brother bought a Dungeons & Dragons set, a basic version, and him and my brothers, my sister kind of struggled through the rules and through basic and kind of figured that out, went to an expert and AD&D 1 and 2, and that's really where I stopped for many years until moved back to the States. I was traveling around a bit, but I just recently joined back up into some of the Discords and some of the Twitch streams to watch Dungeons & Dragons and rekindle my interest. And I think this is my third actual stream event that I've done with you, John, and also with Rob on some of his conventions. So during some of the conventions that he was hosting games. So excited to play. I have a bunch of veterans here with me, and he used a nice term. And I had it for the event tonight.
Outstanding. And I will let you in on a little secret. I chose my name intentionally. Why would you refer? Well, I preferred it to the alternative. I knew as soon as I started saying OG, which, had its origins in original gangster, that was kind of where the OG term came from. And that's kind of cool. But I knew if I called this OG and left it there, what would it turn into? They would have called us
Old guys.
The old geezers. Old geezers. Yes. So this was a preemptive strike. I would much rather be called an ossified grognard than an old geezer. So that's why we're doing this. All right, let's go to you, Anna.
Okay, I'm Anna B. Meyer, and I started gaming back in 79, 80, the winter back in Sweden where I grew up, and then I started with basic D&D. There was some sort of a copy of the rules. I don't know which version of it. And we only had one set of dice for the whole party, and then we got hold of proper AD&D books a year or something like that to later, and then I've kept playing every edition since, and some other games as well. And then I started making maps, and then the internet came around, and I kept making maps as a hobby. Started sharing them, and then I moved to California a bit over 10 years ago, and then I needed something to do, so I started making maps full time, and here I am.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't know, her maps are legendary, and her Patreon was posted earlier. You can follow her, check out her stuff. She's always posting content, and it's not just maps. She posts some really neat concepts for your games and campaigns. Recently talked about classless characters and some of the stuff that she's running in her game, 5e adaptations. But then also really cool monsters. The Iusian zombie goat is featured on the cover of my Lore Master Arcanum intro video.
Thank you.
You get all that content if you're one of her patrons. So please check that out. Let's go to you, Chris.
So I'm Chris Koff. You know me as Bruingal in the chat. I've been playing D&D since around 1980, 81. I started at like 7 or 8 years old by bugging some older kids at Y Camp until they let me play. And then from there on, I've played in every edition except for, I think, 4th. And I just dug out every little back piece, which is somewhere behind me, of D&D I could find in the garage to prepare for this. So I'm looking forward to it.
I love it. Love the map as well. That's pretty cool, and all the gear that you've got behind you there. Also does some cool printing. He sent me pins and coasters and other stuff, and 3D prints, joined us on that. So thanks for all that you do in the community, Chris. It's fantastic. Let's go to you, Robert.
All right, I'm Robert, otherwise known as Hawkeye or Kentucky Hawkeye on most of the social media things and all that. I first played by getting a box at Christmas that has red box that said Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and learned how to create all sorts of fun and interesting characters, but wasn't able to play until about 1983, when I was in college. One of the people across the hall from me in the dorm was a DM, so he brought us all in to play in our first game and all that, and played in college from there until about 1985 when I graduated. And then life and everything else took over, and I was away from RPG playing for quite a while until I was on a Twitch channel with some friends and all that we were all fans of this one handheld game and all that. And he told me about this interesting stream that was on about a bunch of voice actors playing D&D on a Twitch channel. It's probably some show you've all never heard of. It's very not that well known and all that. So I tuned in on that, saw Critical Role for the first time, and got hooked back in again. And I've been playing ever since.
Who?
Critical Role, I believe, is what they call themselves.
Not familiar.
I know you probably never heard of them and all that. So I've been playing all sorts of RPGs ever since, and I'm even at the point now where I'm about halfway through writing up my own homebrew world to hopefully put out and publish. So
very nice, very nice. We look forward to seeing that. Tim, the ever mysterious and the quite foppish this evening.
Yes, I am a foppish. I will speak in my normal voice for the moment. My name is Tim, ever mysterious Tim on the on Discord and on Twitch. I started playing, I think 78, 79. I was in 3rd grade, and my father was my first DM, and he also killed one of my first characters. And
that's a good father.
Yeah, we had a funeral for him and everything. It was, but I still have my original character, who's a 17th level thief, halfling, and so that's fun. And then I also played with Jay, known as Lord Gazumba, on the Twitch channel for most of those 40-something years his campaign has been running. So
my layout. I grabbed all my layouts. Hold on, see if I can Control Z that. I feel good. Thank you for that. I accidentally grabbed and moved all my layouts. Fantastic, Tim. Thank you. And we're looking forward to seeing Sir Didymus today. Also, always enjoy playing in your Barbarian games. Good stuff.
Thank you.
And of course, Tim and then Steve Bloodwild are the contributors to my massive array of criticals. We will be employing those tonight, should that cause occur. Even though we're playing 2E, I'm still using Blue Box House rules. So for all of you in the chat, your +1s still apply. Players, if you get 5 +1s, this is different than Jay's game. If you get 5 +1s, you can use the D&D 5e advantage mechanic. So you can roll 2d20s, in 2d20s instead of 1d20, or you can just use 5 +1s and get a +5. It's your choice. It's an interesting sort of mathematical question depending on what you're doing. If you get 7 +1s, and you can use as an additional half action, very similar to the way special hero points work in Jay's game. So that half action would allow you to move, or even attack twice, get an additional attack during that round. So you can use 7 of those +1s to get an additional movement or an additional attack. Those would be the primary benefits you can get from our chatters tonight, and that will be one of the few tweaks or house rules that we'll be applying. I'll help you. Don't worry about it. I'll help you as we go along. Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, my name is Tim, known as Enoch Pratt on the interwebs. I started playing D&D in 1981. My father had several henchmen who worked for him who had introduced me to the concept of Dungeons and Dragons. And it sounded really cool, but we didn't have any game aids. And we're like, what are we going to do? Well, my mother was really good at finding things and bargaining and, going to swap meets and whatnot. And anyway, she hooked us up with a big old box of all sorts of 1E and 2E books and accessories. And we were off to the races after that.
Nicely said. Well done. All right. Outstanding, everyone. Now I'm going to set the scene. And we're going to start the game. We'll start the game as you're going to introduce each of your characters as you're seated around the table inside the Gilded Peacock, which I'll introduce to our fans in a moment. The last announcement I do want to make before we start is that we do have 2 giveaways that we're doing tonight. The first giveaway, this is Jay's favorite. I have this gorgeous Lightning Source reprint here of the nearly 200-page, it's full-color prints inside, Scarlet Brotherhood accessory from a D&D. This is a really cool book, and you will want to get your hands on this. It's a great supplement to any game, and they do a fantastic job with these reprints. They're actually much better quality than the originals were. And then also tonight, we're going to give away a $10 gift card to this, the Blue Box website. So if you're looking here on our site and you scroll, so you can see each of our campaigns here: Greyhawk Awakening, Tears of Arid, Fall of Red Dawn. If you click to any of these, if you haven't seen it, it's got descriptions, the player intros, so it gives you a real shortcut to get into any of these games. But if you scroll over to Merch Store, You'll see here where we have mugs, we have the Greyhawk Awakening mugs, we have Understreet's rats, we have kind of themed mugs. I have a reputation for being pretty, a quote from Daisy Bell Beauregard in that game. We have iPhone cases, Apple phone cases, mugs, hoodies, tank tops. We have aprons, bags, notebooks, mouse pads. The important thing about all of this, it is zero profit for Blue Box. The only reason we do this is to make merch available to our fans that want to use it, and then we have a small amount of markup that all goes to St. Jude Children's Hospital. So this is not a revenue generating source for Blue Box. I wouldn't really feel good about talking about it on stream if it were. This is a way for us to put stuff in your hands if you would like to have the merch, and then anything that we do get, we put into a separate account, and it will be given during the charity stream for St. Jude in February of 2024 when we do that with Jay, and we do our next one next year, and that will be done in the name of the Mad Chatters. So those will be our two giveaways tonight, the Scarlet Brotherhood book and the $10 gift card to our website. All right, players, with that, tonight we begin A Night at the Opera. You are all now for the third consecutive night, having known each other for varying degrees, the least of which being the month or so that Edwin has been involved with the party. Seated around a table, dicing and enjoying libation. Cognac is the specialty of the evening here, as it is the fourth day of Rich Fest, and the celebration of Midwinter's Eve is in full swing. You can already hear the reveling begin outside, though the sun has not yet set. It hangs low in the sky. And there is already a fervent pitch. Many of you have social obligations and commitments that you've made for later in the evening, and you're simply getting a bit of a head start as you enjoy the dicing and the games. You're all seated around the table. I'd like each of you to describe, for the benefit of our viewers, what your character looks like, and anything that you would know casually about one another from this association you've had now for several weeks. And we're going to go in reverse order now. We're going to start with you, Tim. Try to keep these as quick as possible so we can get right to the game. Go ahead, Tim.
Sounds good. So my name is Phelan Hennis of House Samara. I call myself Blackthorn. I'm a priest of Farlong. I'm a young man of 22 years. I have long black hair and patrician features.
Nice. And I'm going to give you a chance also when I come to you. I'll let you have a moment to think about this. Tell me something that your character sees, thinks, or feels as they're sitting here in the Gilded Pheasant. And I neglected to mention this. I do want everyone, let's reset the clock. Let's go back 40 years in time. And let's remember those dice clutched in sweaty palms, those misshapen lead figures, in some cases gained through illicit means like the trading of certain materials that I've referenced on my own stream many times. Running over to someone else's house, hopefully having Doritos and Mountain Dew or whatever your experience was. And let's return to those days of yore as we play some D&D. Tim, tell us about Sir Didymus and tell us something that he's thinking, seeing, or feeling this night.
Thank you very much, sir. I am Sir Didymus Walthrup Hurlbat III, second born. Now I am the primary son. My poor elder brother died in a riding accident. Shame. And now I'm forced to live a life of luxury and must marry and produce an heir. That's what I am about. What I think is I love watching these people game. My mother used to say, titles and name are hereditary, but brains are not. So I love watching people not use their brains.
And as you're doing this and you're kind of looking around, throwing your dice.
Oh, no, sir.
Sorry, go ahead.
I may toss a die or two, but I do not throw them.
I stand corrected. As you do this, remind us your attendant, your valet is Philip. Phipps.
Yes.
Phipps leans over to you at one point and says, "Sir, please remember easy on the libations. We have many engagements this evening."
Indeed, Phipps. Good man.
Just so, sir. All right, let's go to you, Robert.
All right. Doxel Rubison is an elf sitting here at the table, very aggressively playing at these dice. He does everything aggressively. He's a rather tall, thin-looking elf character one of the main things you'll catch on him is that he has flaming red hair and mustache and goatee and all that. And his eyes are just as heavy a burning red as his hair and beard are. He's the true firstborn of his family, don't forget the rumors that others have said about someone else being the true firstborn of my house. So, but instead of being the paladin of Heronius that I'm supposed to be, I have to settle for being a cleric.
The ignominy. Tell us something that Doxel thinks, sees, or feels sitting here in the Gilded Pheasant, watching all the pomp and circumstance as the preening of the nobles, the liberality of the beverages, and the beginnings of revelry reverberate outside even as the warm sun ebbs its last rays through the windows.
Well, if I was a paladin like I'm supposed to be, I'd be out there in with the reveling and everything. Instead, I have to stay in here and show decorum as a cleric. And trust me, there are better things that I would like to do.
All right, Chris, tell us about your character.
Scandalous.
So my character is Dolan Maxwell. He's a dwarven highborn. He was famous on his mother's side, which is where he gets the highborn status from. There's lots of famous relatives. But unfortunately for him, he carries his father's name. And he's also at the point where they don't know this, but he may be about to lose his highborn status. So he came to Greyhawk to be among the lesser races and make his fame and fortune here.
Nicely done. All right. And tell us something that he thinks, sees, or feels sitting at this table.
Well, Sir Didymus does provide a nice table, but the cognac, it may be good for washing your toes, but I've got my own libations.
Very nice. Anna, tell us about Edwin.
Oh yeah, she's the human female, and she is in her mid-20s. She's dressed simple, but with a well-tailored dress and stuff. So simple but fancy, so to speak, in that way. And she's the daughter of Lord Shinir from the Principality of Siege. And she was the third daughter or second daughter. She doesn't really tell that much but she didn't like her parents and she didn't like the place much. So when she was in her 20s, she realized this is not the place to grow up. And so she took as much as she could from her nest egg, so to speak, or in inheritance, and left the place. And then eventually ended up in Greyhawk and kind of liked the big city life. And she stayed here and started making friends and started to enjoy social life, and her hobbies are sword fighting and martial arts, and she's she's getting in that position to start enjoying life. And times have been kind of boring the last few days, so this evening might be promising to offer some interesting distractions.
I see. So it is the promise of the evening which is foremost on her mind. Very nice. All right.
Yep.
Jason, as the glasses tinkle, as the scent of tobacco and other substances fills the air here in the Gilded Pheasant, tell us about your character.
Well, the character is Brutus Locelli, the second son to an earl of one of the lesser-known, poorer families in the realm. Being the second son and from a poorer family, he knew that he needed to advance his family name, to prepare as in fighting and adventuring, and he's been out a number of times gathering treasures and bringing them back home to push forward the family name. And everything he does seems to be for the family and the friends that are around him. As a human fighter, actually a pretty good-looking guy, very strong, and seems like he's having an okay time. But now you see his eyes always darting around, looking to see who else is in the inn here, and he's thinking that he's hopefully getting a chance to spy upon one of his secret loves of the Duke's daughter.
Ah, yes, the failings of the nobleman. So as you do this, it is in short order. Your eyes scan around, Lord Brutus, and you catch a man fastidiously dressed, heading with a purposeful step toward the group. And you who are of House Samara, raise your hand again. I asked you before. That's right, I thought so. So Blackthorn, you recognize this as Torbus, one of the services of Lady Alendra herself. And Torbus walks over, and for sake of time, I'm not going to role play this to move us along, but he informs the party, informs you with some sense of urgency that there has been something that has occurred with Lady Alendra. And she, who is known not only for being the matron of House Samara, but having the gift of foresight, her dreams often portending things which are to come, and it is with all haste and urgency that she has told you that both you and all of your companions seated at the table at that very moment, and none others, must attend her forthwith. And there is the promise both of need and for any that would be concerned of such things, though they would be beneath her station and should be beneath yours to be of concern, coin would be provided. For all of your various reasons, and because we must move this along, you all agree to this. It is moments later, as the last rays of light die away and Midsummer's Eve begins its revelries in full swing, that you find yourselves standing outside the principal parlor of Lady Alendra. It takes a few moments. A few of you have been here before. You have been associates of the Blackthorn, but it is still with some apprehension. This woman's reputation is quite notable throughout the Free City. And in moments, you are ushered in by a stodgy and but meticulously appointed butler who ushers you in. You find the Lady Alendra in all of her resplendent yet aged glory. She sits back on a cushioned divan. She's wearing a velvet dress that is adorned with fine jewels, her gray hair coiffed up in curls, and she holds a pair of glasses in one hand. It's the picture of understated elegance as you walk in. She makes eye contact first with Blackthorn and then surveys his friends. Interesting company you keep, my nephew. Who are these of your friends? They seem to carry... He kind of does a double take at Erwin. Interesting blood.
I assure you, Auntie, they are all of noble birth and are therefore the kind of people we would like to associate with.
Well, noble birth doesn't go as far anymore as it once did. The blood has been watered a bit, hasn't it? But I mean no insult to my guests. I do say, is that Sir Didybus?
Oh, yes, my lady. So kind of you to notice and condescend to actually addressing me. Thank you.
Your manners do you in good stead, sir.
If I may be so bold, I would like to suggest that perhaps while the noble blood may be watered, noble character is in great amount here.
Uh-oh.
You are just the silver-tongued devil I've heard you to be called. Well met, good sir, and I meant no ill to any of you. Forgive an old woman her preferences. Social station has changed. The wars, they have changed us. Just a year ago, our men were dying, our women were falling on the fields. And while there is a collective respite and breathing sigh of relief throughout the city on these summer's eve festivities, it is unfortunate I have had one of my visions. And my good nephew Blackthorn, my visions are always in earnest and filled with nothing but veracity. I wish it were not so.
It's true. I've always seen it.
Well, you are all in some way caught up in my vision. I slept last night, and I saw a great shadow in my dreams falling over the Free City. The wings of import and death, a cold chill upon my heart.
It was not the normal dream. I've always been able to tell the difference between the normal dreams and those that were visited upon me by the gods. This one, it is portent. Something will happen this evening. And of all the most unlikely places, the Royal Opera House. I'm not mistaken in this matter, no matter how much it might seem that I am. And I was told that in my dream, those who sat in the circle with the black thorn must attend and must be present and somehow stop whatever it is that's going to happen tonight in that opera house. If we fail in this, we are all in great peril.
You see, she kind of slumps as though just speaking of this has put a burden on her shoulders. She wipes with a powdered cloth at her brow and looks up at you and just kind of surveys you for a moment to make sure you're attending and understanding what she's saying.
Is there a show tonight?
I thought you were more engaged with the social machinations of our free city.
Well, I know if I had applied myself to musicianship and singing, I am quite sure that I would be a true proficient. But I can assure you, none appreciates music as much as I do.
Of course there's a show tonight. It's the biggest night of the festival.
Just so.
I was asking, as in, are we supposed to stop it?
Oh, heavens, no. The shame that would be brought upon our name. Stop the show. No. If I wished for thuggery, I would have called for such men. Men of quality and women of distinction are required for this. There must be discretion in this matter, else I'm sure my vision would not have called for my nephew and his friends. No, stopping the show, bringing shame upon the Samara name. Oh, this cannot be.
Well, I'm glad to hear that I was totally wrong.
I'm sure, young man, based on your manners, it's the first time today that has happened to you. With this said, I must beg of you that you attend. Do so, as I've said, with all discretion. I have no concept of what manner this ill may take, only that it will happen this night. I know it for certain it will happen this night in the Opera House. Bring no shame upon our name. Find out what you can. Don't disturb the performance in any way. You know, this is the premiere tonight of Maria Andreco. It is an important night for the city, and it is an important night for the Royal Opera House. It's had its troubles lately. Do so, everything, with discretion.
Finer words to live by I've never heard.
But all of you,
And she points at Blackthorn's plate armor and, you know, everyone that's wearing plate, all the crossbows.
I would not be associating with such ironmongery among the social.
of course, you cannot carry such things in, but I wouldn't suggest you go in unarmed. You all have your permits, don't you?
You all do. You're all of nobility. You have to have a permit to carry any weapons in the free city, and you are all of sufficient means to have procured such permits. But you know, in a social gathering like this, just fast forwarding here for you, you would be able to wear a chain shirt, perhaps beneath a jerkin. You can wear your leather. You can bring your weapons. Weapons are oftentimes a symbol of station, and there's nothing wrong with bringing those. But you're not going to bring any missile weapons. No crossbows strapped to your back. No longbows. I don't think anybody has anything like a huge two-handed sword here, but long swords are fine, rapiers are fine, your staves are fine. You can bring those, and you can, if you don't have a chain shirt, you may assume for the sake of this game, you would have means and access to a chain shirt. You have gone to other social events before here in the town. A chain shirt in AD&D 2E gives you a -4 to your armor class. So if you're figuring out your chain, your armor, take the 10 minus 4. That takes you to 6. Add your dex bonus, and that will give you your corrected armor class. Some of you had much more aggressive armor classes based on wearing full plate. You will not be able to have that this evening. You say, John, why didn't you tell us that before? Because neither would your characters have known that before. You have rolled them up as they would have existed, but this calls for a special requirement.
Do I know about town? You don't wear ironmongery.
All right, anybody have any questions on that before we move on?
Game question.
Yes.
I have I have integrated kind of leather into my noble garbness.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something I could put a chain shirt with, or is that totally 100% separate?
Yeah, you cannot stack chain and leather together.
Then I shall only go with my integrated leather, as it is more fashionable.
It is vastly more fashionable, sir. All right, so as you take a look at your character, you can bring in with you. Just think about the fact you're going to an opera. This is an upper end event, and you will be in the high elements of society. So you want to be in accordance with that. So you're going to wear your best. You can have the armor on with some degree of clothing over the top of it or whatever. You can bring your weapons, but nothing overt. Nothing clearly threatening. You're not going into a dungeon. You're going into an opera house. Anyone have any questions?
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So Doxel could have his hide armor wearing that underneath his finest clear.
Correct. Yeah, the hide armor's fine. Leather armor's fine. Chain shirt is fine. Just no banded mail, no brigandine, no plate armor. You can't bring those things into the opera house.
Well, shave my beard and call me an elf. I can't believe you're making me take my plate off.
I would
It's part of his body.
I would make no such presumption to save such a noble beard, sir. But you understand, propriety must be observed.
Well, I guess with enough drink, I can stand the opera without my armor.
Oh, really? You imbibed to
We
such
also need to make sure we are dressed well enough to actually gain entry, since it is the largest night, unless we have exclusive
My dear,
tickets to the show.
if I had some dim knowledge of your reputation, have you none of mine?
Of course I do.
I
just
have box.
would never deign to assume.
I have box
Lady.
seats prepared for each of you. You will have the finest seats, and more importantly, should the opera begin as scheduled, you will be able to see the entire audience and the stage from those seats. They will be prime for you to watch carefully. But again, do not disrupt the opera unless you absolutely must. If someone's life is in danger, of course, I can execute no such prohibition, but generally try to be careful.
John, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is it generally one of those things where if I was going, my manservant would be waiting like outside where the seating is?
That would typically be he would attend you. There's one other of you that has a manservant, correct?
Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah. Okay. So any attendants would come with you. They would be able to go inside with you, but they would not be in the box with you. They would be waiting outside.
They would be very uncomfortable being so forward that way.
Correct. Exactly. All right. Anyone else have any other tactical questions before we move forward?
Being that there is trouble expected, and even though it grieves me greatly, I will switch out my extremely fashionable belt and rapier hanger for my slightly less fashionable girdle with the longsword scabbard on it. And I will be bringing my longsword and buckler, my masterwork buckler that matches my outfit perfectly.
All right.
My swagger stick, and of course, my essential oils.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Anyone else?
Couple of daggers on the sword on one side of the hip, dagger on the other, and if you'd let me to sneak one in the boot, I would. But
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And this is, I'm not trying to be overly restrictive here. Just use common sense. You guys could absolutely tuck things like that. You just none of the overt, obvious stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, even has longsword of the fancier type, so to speak, that looks a little bit dressed up, and a dagger as well. that with some inlaid looking a little bit more than the mundane equipment, so to speak. Simple but well made dress and
Right.
chain shirt beneath it.
Well, Dolan Maxwell's hammer is the finest hammer, one of the finest hammers you can find. It's got nice silver engraving on it.
Very nice.
Doxa will have his sling and bullets hidden in a secret pocket there inside his robes. And of course, he never goes anywhere without the holy hammer of Habakkuk.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And I want to say thank you to the chat. I will be engaging with you as I can today, but good to see Tracy, Ren Rebin, Pat Draws. Good to see you. I missed several earlier, so forgive me if I missed you. I'm not trying to. Dark Elf, good to see you. Hey, Benjamin Chaosic, good to see you in as well tonight. And so the Lady Alondra, she looks over again once more, powdering her face.
I have, in addition to your seats, of course, I have prepared for each of you. We have a carriage outside. The carriage is awaiting. My groomsman has your tickets. Do be careful, Blackthorn. I know you have a penchant for getting into trouble, but just know you are still important to this family. Primarily that you don't screw up.
Thank you, Auntie. I will do my best.
Could you do just a bit more than that, perhaps?
As you say.
Just so, good man. Will there be anything else?
All right.
Just meeting you alone, madam, has made this evening worth it.
Quite right you are.
Indeed.
Young lady, may I ask your name?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm just Avin Tessin, Your
Well-
Highness. Or what title should I use for such a distinguished madam in the circles of such a distinguished city?
Well, Just Ewinter, I find Just to be an extremely strange surname. You are quite a winsome young lass. Be careful, there are many predators about. I suspect some among your midst.
She kind of flashes a look over at Sir Didymus.
Well, Avon definitely is the brightest star shining amongst us here tonight, of course, and always raises our quality of elegance as we travel about.
I would say such things are mean and not that difficult. But with that said, I wish each of you Godspeed, and please, in the name of all that is good, report back to me as soon as you have determined whatever this threat is and quelled it. I wish the blessings of my house upon you. I wish my premonitions could tell me more. If I could see the outcome of such things, wouldn't that make it easier? But I cannot. I can only tell you the danger is real.
And with that, in a few moments, anyone doing anything else before you make your way to the carriage?
Do we have to all go back to our various places to do our? I mean, switching out plate armor means they got to take.
That's right. Yeah. So we're assuming all that's done. We won't, for sake of time, role play that. But yes, all of that is done. Each of you is able to go back to wherever you need to get. You're able to, switch out your garments, your armor, your weapons. And in the appropriate amount of time. Now it's probably close to an hour past sunset. The play will most, according to what she has told you, start within the next 30 minutes or so. There's about a 15-minute ride to the Opera House from here, so that will put you there a few minutes before the doors will be opened for the event. Go ahead, Tim, you had a question?
Before we leave the house, I'll be like, Phipps, make sure you bring extra accessories for some of these people. They have no sense of what is required fashionably, and I will not be seen with country bumpkin-looking people. So make sure you bring some additional accessories for them.
Phipps leans over.
Sir, have you seen the cleric? I don't think there are sufficient accessories in all of our state.
Phipps, my man, do your very best.
Just so, sir.
So by the time you're all in the carriage, it's a gilded affair, black lacquered pair of nice chestnut roans that pull at the fore of it, and the revelry is in full swing. There are ribbons tied to the corners here. There are people already beginning, even in the high quarter, gentle dancing in the street. None of the debauchery that you would see in the low quarter here, and yet there is revelry nonetheless. You see there are the beginning of some celebrations, games that are being set up, and there is already here as the flowers, the ribbons, the lanterns are beginning to go in full bloom. There is the redolent scent of summer's eve in the air. It's a warm breeze that blows through, and soon you're all locked in the lacquered carriage, and with the snap of a reins, it begins to move off toward the Royal Opera House. You can see the sights and sounds of the free city all around you. You have a couple of moments here in the carriage as you watch all of this go by. I'll allow you, if you wish to speak to one another or have any conversations.
So I'll lean over to Brutus and say, that collar that Sir Didymus has, doesn't that make you think that he's going to go pull a mine cart? What is that?
I was trying to wonder what that was myself. I've never seen something quite like that. You know, from where I've come, we just wear a simple scarf, or maybe it's the way he holds his napkin.
Oh, I know what it's for. It's for when you're done drinking, you wipe your face off.
Ah, that must be exactly what it's for.
It's for when he drinks too much and when he tries to fall asleep, it keeps his head up so it looks like he's still awake.
Honestly, though, I am ready for a little adventure. I can sit there in the high peacock and roll dice, and it's doesn't bring me any much joy, you know. And that probably in this day and age, if I'm not out there fighting for honor for my family, I'm just wasting some time. I'm ready to go out and have an adventure and do this right. Do this for the family.
To be sure, I've been here back home for a couple of months now. It's really the only place I ever return to. It's about time for me to go back to my wanderlust as it is. So this adventure will be useful to me to get me going.
You're lucky some of us are forced to stay here.
Yes, here.
Well, you're welcome to travel with me when I do go.
Unfortunately, my duties at the temple require me to stay here. I am not considered high enough to travel to other temples to serve and do rites there. They seem to want to keep me around a little bit longer.
The opposite is true for me. I have to, get special dispensation to be able to return home because I'm not really supposed to ever go to the same place twice. But I can't give up my noble family.
Father Blackthorn.
Yes.
I followed Forlong in my younger days adventuring, and he is my definite patron deity. I have some concerns. Does he still listen to those that are forced to not wander, such as myself? Does he still hear our prayers, and does he still protect us?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Well, that's good.
The laymen do as one can. The priesthood has duties.
Well, I feel much better now.
As you ride along, you can see the festivities growing. There are musicians and dancers on some of the corners now performing. And as I mentioned a moment ago, it was just a year past that the conclusion of the Greyhawk Wars ushered in a new era of peace, even as the Great Kingdom now is fractured. And each of you can see there is a sense of release, almost abandon. Even among the more prudish of the noble quarter, the cause for celebration in peacetime after the years of war has really created a desire, a sense of need for this celebration that's growing with almost a fervency through the city. As you go past a corner almost now to the Opera House, you see a live dancer performing on the dancer performing on the street corner with scarves and ribbons and several people attending. You see there are just jubilations beginning to pop off all over the city spontaneously. Anything else you want to do or say as you're going?
Is she always correct in her predictions, Blackthorn?
I have always found it to be so. It's family lore. I mean, it goes way back. She is my mother's aunt, and for as long as I can remember, the family lore has been that her visions come true.
What was the last thing she predicted, and how did that work out?
As you're talking, you see the first of the evening's many fireworks popping off on the horizon, gilding the city's horizon in golden and silver hues.
Oh, yes. Lovely.
I guess the last one that I was privy to, she foresaw that I would travel as far south as the Ullman lands, and that I would return. And sure enough, this is what happened.
Oh. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Oh, yes. Lovely.
Mr. Spy, that much.
In a few moments, the carriage pulls to a halt as the horses neigh. Your attendants are on the front of the carriage. They quickly slide off and open the doors. As the doors are open, you see the sights of the Royal Opera House before you, and it is the alloy of beauty and slow decay. You see its structure is tall and was at one time absolutely an incredibly gorgeous facade, large marble balustrades that flow across it. And you see there are several people already milling about outside, beginning to file in. The massive structure is made primarily of gleaming white stone with huge towers on the sides depicting visages of previous actors and plays that have been carved into the pillars. And as you approach the entrance, you can see the doors are flanked by guards on either side. But what you also note are scaffolds of repair. You can see where some of the facade is beginning to peel away, and there are workmen up there that are starting to address that and try to fix some of the falling facade of the Royal Opera House. But you see a milling assortment of all manner of nobility around you. You see several houses, some of which you recognize, some you don't. You see some of the common folk that have made their way here into the quarter, pining in the distance, wishing they could be inside the Opera House, even as Phipps opens the door. Just so, this way, and he hands the tickets to the Blackthorn.
Have the horses been through?
I'm sorry, sir.
Are there horse patties on the ground all over the place because the horse carriages have been running through?
Oh, yes, definitely.
I will put pattens on my shoes to protect them. I don't want to step in it. Just wooden clogs that go over my nice shoes.
Yes, sir, of course, as always. I have no such items for your comrades. Forgive me. These accessories were not available. Just step carefully, if you will, and right this way.
Okay. All right. Then is anyone doing anything before you walk in?
I'll mutter that I'd rather be with the people out here wanting to get in than go in here, but might as well get this done, I suppose.
Lord Dwarf Dolan, I understand. It would be... I know that you're looking at this poor craftsmanship and this workmanship. If we had had dwarves put this together, we wouldn't be having to do these repairs, would we? But put your engineering aside and let us go in and hear some beautiful singing.
Yes, it was the craftsmanship that bothered me. Yes.
Yes.
Eowyn smiles at Didymus, Sir Didymus' way of handling the quirky dwarves and the other stuff. And then she kind of tries to meet the gaze of other visitors and attendees and smile at them and just to try to enjoy the moment as much as possible. And she thinks about where upbringing was probably as far away from a place like this you could come, meaning her parents' nobility and lordship was not earned by the good graces; it was earned in blood. And she realized that she's far away from home now. Yeah.
Just so, Edwin. And occasionally you find yourself almost needing to pinch yourself. The nature of high society in the Free City here is so different than high society in other places. And this almost in many ways a crowning moment of this experience for you, the pageantry, the gala that's all about here, and the Royal Opera House pulling now some of the wealthiest, some of the most noble members of the town. And of course, as always, it is Lady Estrella which draws the crowd. The well-renowned, she's been here now for 5 years performing, and some would say the only reason the Royal Opera House remains such a strong draw over the Grand Theater is her angelic voice and her performances, which absolutely lift angelic notes to the rafters. And it is for her, above all else, that people come. Even as this new play, Maria and Draco, or new opera, is being performed tonight, make no mistake, it is not the story, it is not the stage, it is not the pageantry, it is Lady Estrella's angelic voice and presence which draw the crowd here. As you mill about, you get to the front steps, and two liveried attendants take your tickets. They nod curtly, kind of look each of you over. They do give a couple of glances to the weapons, but make no move to stop you. And in moments, you step in, for some of you now having had been here before, but for Lady Eowyn the first time, and perhaps for others, I'll let you decide that. You step in and you see the absolute majesty of this initial entrance area into the incredible pageantry of the Royal Opera House. There are several attendants all around serving drinks and glasses about. You see hors d'oeuvres being served to patrons. The who's who of the Free City are here. Ladies dressed in all their pageantry, men in all kinds of garments which show the livery and sigils of their households, the upper crust of the upper crust moving about, and there is an air and excitement. You do see, some of you, several faces that you know. You see there is, inside there are double doors that lead into the primary gallery. You see twin mahogany stairs that lead up on either side to the upper gallery where the box seats would be, but all the doors are currently closed. It's still a few minutes before they're being opened for the show, and you now stand in the midst of the high society of the Free City of Greyhawk in the Royal Opera House on Midsummer's Eve, the 4th of Richfest. What do you do?
I think we should look for something unusual. Any people that shouldn't be here? And there's no members of that odious family, the Berkshires, are there? Because I hate their snobbery and their blaspheming.
You cast your gaze about. You do not see the Berkshires, but you do see someone that you recognize. In fact, he seems to be making his way over to you.
Oh dear, am I happy or sad?
It is something more akin to disgust that you feel. As you see walking over to you, a well-known man to you, Sir Wilhelm Darman of House Darman, one of the more upstart houses of nobility here in Greyhawk, and he has often made it a habit of poking at you. For some reason, he is taken ill of Sir Didymus' foppish ways, and this is not the first social engagement that he has come over to you, and oftentimes with a somewhat unfriendly word. As he makes his way over, he is clad in the deep blue livery of his house. He wears a sigil ring with the sail, bespeaking the mercantile ways of House Darman. And as he walks over, he takes in your group, gives an eye to all of them, looks at the dwarf for a moment, then clearly looks at the eyes of Doxel and arches a brow. And then He lingers his eyes on Lady Awen for an uncomfortable moment, gives her an obvious up and down as he walks over to the group. Ah, Sir Didymus.
Sir?
It is always a pleasure.
Indeed.
Have I mentioned my condolences on the loss of your brother?
Thank you very much. And sir, may I mention my condolences for the death of your tailor, for I fear he has earned it with what he has done to you. Look at that cravat. It's as limp. I can barely stay calm about it.
Oh, just so, Sir Didymus. I wish to let you know that the horse collar that you're wearing is quite the fashion these days. And even as I offered my condolences, I hope you understand that they are simply for the fact that the death of your brother has meant that your house is in the ill fortune of you being its heir. Oh,
Yes.
and I see your...
Vulgarity, from which to vulgarity in one easy step. That is your lesson. Thank you, sir.
He looks over at Brutus.
And I see you are keeping questionable company these days. Lady Awen is your name, I believe?
He looks over at her.
Yes.
I have seen you in some of the social circles. You have not gone unnoted. Would you do me the pleasure of attending with me this evening? I promise you much better company than the foppery of Sir Didymus.
I would be honored.
Outstanding.
He offers his hand.
I take it.
Okay.
And
And he ushers.
My dear, do be careful. He is not to be trusted.
And he leads. Go ahead.
Awen kind of blinks a little bit to Didymus and realized that if Didymus knew Awen's story, he wouldn't be worried.
Well, he probably does know it.
Well, and I think if Wilhelm knew Awen's story, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing right now either.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, thank you very much, everyone. We do have a current count on the plus ones. So right now, Awen, you have 4. Brutus, you have 6. Blackthorn, you have 4. Didymus, you have 6. Dolan, you have 4. Doxel, you have 4. And I have 4. So we're all at the same with the exception of Brutus and Didymus, who have been given a bit extra. So he as he walks her away, what are the rest of you doing?
Doxel will be going in and he's going to spy out all of the other special boxes to see. Probably the people who are going to be sitting in them probably aren't there yet, fashionably, of course, but he is going to be looking to see if he recognizes any of their servants who might be getting things ready so he can get an idea who's going to be in which boxes.
All right, so the doors are currently closed. Are you going to, as a group, try to gain entrance? Are you... Please don't split 6 ways, but you can if you wish to. What are you going to do?
That's what he'll do as soon as they get inside.
Okay, we're not in. So you're inside the foyer. So you're going to approach the attendants standing in front of the double doors on the lower floor, or you're going to go up the stairs to the upper floor and the attendants that are up there.
Of course, the preferable boxes like the ones we will be in the upper floor. So he will work his way that direction.
Okay. What are the rest of you? You see Doxel almost distractedly looks around and immediately makes his way toward the stairs.
What do you think, gentlemen? Should we follow him?
I believe first a refreshment, and then based on what I know, how many flights up do I have to go to get to the box?
It is you. So there is the upper mezzanine, which is the lower seating. This would be the second level box, and so you're going to go up 1 flight of stairs. That gives you the direct overlook over the stage, where you can see the audience. You know this place well. You've been to several performances.
Then 2 drinks will be appropriate, 1 before each flight.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything different? Or are you all going with Sir Didymus and Doxel up the stairs?
Did you see which way Awen went?
Yeah, Awen is now disappearing into a crowd, still on the lower level. You see moving away from you toward a gathering of dilettantes who are all standing around with cocktails in hand.
Rufus, I was about to send Phipps to keep an eye as to where they seat. Is that something you'd like to do yourself, just to be sure? Or...
Phipps will be fine. He can report back. He'll know where we are. I may draw attention.
If I must sacrifice with only one beverage, so be it. This is important.
Okay.
So I will kind of meander along with Doxel.
Okay. All right. So as the rest of you move up the stairs, you get toward the top of the stairs and you see one of the attendants steps over toward you. He is dressed in the uniform of the... Let me make a check here. He's dressed in the uniform of the Royal Opera. And as he walks over to address you, we're going to switch now back to Awen. Wilhelm, he's a man of about 40 years. While he carries some additional girth, he's not an unhandsome man. And clearly he's making, as is often the wont of the newly wealthy, displays of his wealth that are somewhat unseemly to the older houses of noble blood. And yet, nonetheless, he does have a certain charm and grace to him. As he's walking you over, he introduces you to several of his associates. They make idle chatter. As you listen in, he begins to talk about trade routes and new spices and mercantile deals that are being made. And as he's talking, he just surreptitiously slips an arm around your waist to draw you closer, like an associate, like a consort, like a significant other, and he kind of pulls you closer as he's talking to his, or at least that's what he tries to do.
Yeah, I take my arm and I kind of squish him closer too, and kind of signal to him that, okay, we're going to have fun. Let's have fun.
Okay.
And I kind of look at him and blink at him and say, okay, we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun.
Now, remind me of your comeliness, please.
18.
18. Oh gosh.
15 charisma.
And
And I remind him that he's a rich person and he's a smart person and he's damn good in his trade, so to speak. And I'll say I'm just a lonely lord's daughter, but unfortunately my parents they got their fame in blood, not thanks to a higher status, so to speak. So I'm trying to improve from it. So I kind of, yeah.
When you say these, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, please go ahead.
You say these words, and you see a look in his eye. He was flirting with you, obviously, but then to receive sort of an ingratiated response, and then the attendant flattery and the smoldering sort of look that you gave. You see, he takes his cocktail, he sets it on the table. Just so, may I show you a bit more of the opera house? It is resplendent. They are doing all they can to repair it. Would you like to take a walk with me?
I would be delighted.
Just so. So he he guides you away from the gathering, and as he does so, he's kind of making idle chatter about the architecture, some of the history. He points out some of the depictions on the walls of previous patrons.
Comes with like asks a few questions and stuff, knowing that she kind of displays her local history knowledge and knows a little bit of the building material, where it was quarried and by whom, and also she's also trying to remember there is a couple of plaques that are sitting here of the donors and stuff, and she kind of said, wouldn't it be wonderful? Do you have your name on one of these for future generations? And I say, I'm not indulged. That's not my goal in life, but you're the one to be noticed and fame. I'm more of the person that could be useful, not famous.
You are, Edwin, a remarkable woman. At once, you seem to have a charming backwater nature, and At the same time, you have this elegance to you and a knowledge that.
Well, I'm
bespeaks-
kind of trying to adapt to civilization, but where I grew up and part of my history is not really for finer locations and finer people like this. But I must say, I enjoy the company, and we can definitely be kind of, I would say, of good use to each other.
I like the sound of that, Awen. In fact, I have a private room over here. Let's go talk in there for a moment, shall we?
Okay.
He leads you over.
Is he armed, by the way? Is he armed?
no.
Openly armed, so to
Nope.
speak? Okay.
Nope, you don't see anything openly armed.
I kind of get a feel to see if there's any daggers or something like that.
Okay,
around
so
his
let's
waist.
do.
Yeah.
Let's make this. Let's do this as a blend of dexterity and intelligence. I'm working with 2E here, and I don't have this. So, what's your
Yeah.
dexterity? What's your intelligence?
My intelligence is 11 and my dexterity is 14.
You're at 11 and 14. All right, so we'll average that out
Yep.
of the 12.5. We'll round up to 13.
Yep.
So let's say you're going to roll a dex and an intelligence check. You're going to roll under 13 as you're making a check.
Okay, I roll 4.
A 4. All right.
Yep.
You gracefully, with your nimble fingers, manage to determine both that he has a small dirk that is tucked in the corner of his hip, but also...
I knew he had a small dirk.
The rumors are true.
But also,
Yeah.
you disguise it so well that he mistakes it for a romantic caress and takes no note of you noting it. My.
Now, can I pickpocket him?
Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
Yep.
So for those of you that don't know 2E, pickpocket in 2E, like 1E, is a percentage check that is based on the level of the thief. So it's very different than if you're playing, for example, 3.5 or your 5E. You're going to have various things like sleight of hand and other. This is very specifically a percentage roll to pickpockets that Awen is going to roll.
Yep. And I roll 40 and my percentage is 45, so it's barely. I probably have to disguise it as a kind of a
Okay. I would normally, with it being that close, and this is tucked under his guard, I would normally now be making a check that he might have noticed that, though you successfully did it because it was so close. However, because he is so smitten and he is quite clearly inflamed, your roll on that check was so good with the 4. He makes no note of the fact that you have done this. He just thinks you've given him a caress that is quite close to a sensitive area. And go ahead, Tim.
Don, don't forget, his garments do not fit well. His tailor is awful. So.
and Awen kind of pats him on it kind of hard enough that he will understand that she noticed his weapon and say, "You come prepared." I like that.
Yeah. You are quite the woman, Awen. Yeah, this way. And he opens the door, and he gently pushes you through and closes the door behind him. Let's go back upstairs. Group. The attendant walks over to you. Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you? The doors are not open yet.
We were thinking that we might get in a little early and sit for a while. It's been quite a long day.
Oh, I would have no wish to offend your noble persons, but of course, there's a reason the doors are kept. It's just a few minutes before they'll be opened. If I open them for every person of such distinction as...
I'm terribly sorry. Phipps, where are all the fainting fays? Phipps!
Didn't you
I
send...
sent him away.
You said Phipps to... Yeah, he's watching.
I sent him away. Oh, fine. Sir, thank
Is there
you.
something Festus could do for us?
I'm going to go into some coins and be like...
As he's doing this, is there something you would like Festus to do?
I was just going to offer Festus's services since Fitz away.
Oh, yes. Festus, bribe this man.
So, Blackthorn, Festus is your servant. Is he accustomed to such things?
It's not the first time.
Okay. Like Phipps would have been... Yeah, he would know exactly.
I give a consideration to this man.
I'm guessing he's probably not done it near as many times as Phipps.
Yes, I can do this. Well, looking at his station,
He leans over conspiratorially.
I think 5 gold should suffice. Do you agree?
That sounds good to me.
Yes, whatever. Whatever it takes, good man. Whatever it takes.
Festus walks over, straightens his jacket. You see the attendant arch a brow.
Forgive me, sir. I think there's been some confusion here. What my good master meant to say was that we very much appreciate all of your services.
And he presses the 5 gold into his hand. As he does so, right this way, sir. And he turns and he ushers all of you up to the double doors. You see he kind of gives a cautious look around the floor to see who's noting. He nods at his compatriot. Actually, hold on. I'm making another check here. 1 second. His compatriot takes a dark look and puts a hand over the door. What's going on here? He responds,
Well, sir, these gentlemen, they are to receive...
Allow me, my good sir. We have a very important person coming, and we're responsible for their safety. We must have a look at the box prior to the show. Please, hush, 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 hush.
He looks over at you. I don't know who you think you are, you and your trumped-up livery. But there are rules here, and we take to them. Sir, the other man looks aghast.
What are you doing? I know you're new here, but there is a certain decorum that must be observed. You cannot speak to them that way.
He looks over at him. You are breaking the rules. Be quiet. You'll get in when the doors are opened, and no sooner.
You know,
Forgive me, my good man.
This sort of situation, for me, it is just a little embarrassing. For you and your family, it could be devastating. Perhaps you could reconsider your outlook. I understand. Perhaps you need a little more consideration than your fellow.
I would like each one of you to roll, the 5 of you, roll D20 and tell me how far under your wisdom score you rolled. If you rolled over your wisdom score, I don't need your number. If you rolled under your wisdom score, I need to know how far under it you rolled.
I rolled 5 under.
5 under, 3 under. Okay, 3.
8 under.
That was you, Chris?
11,
Oh, those 10.
11 under.
I'm 13 under.
Okay, I'm sorry. So was that you, Robert? Said you were 13 under?
Tim.
Oh, Tim, I wasn't watching. I couldn't see on the screen. All right, so,
I'm 3 under.
all right, so it makes sense. Thank you. I got that one. Thank you. So it makes sense then. It is Blackthorn and Sir Didymus that stand closest to this man. And as the two of them are engaged, you note there's a thin scruff of hair and a bit of a, I don't want to say disheveled per se, but this man that you're speaking to, the second man, clearly does not carry himself with the comportment of the more trained servants of the Royal Opera House and appears to be unconcerned with your social threats.
I believe you, sir. You're an imposter. Let us go and speak to the Master of Ceremonies.
An imposter? Why on earth would anyone want to be an imposter for a doorman in this godforsaken place?
Why indeed, sir? Why indeed?
I simply wish to see the rules followed. I was hired to do this. I don't want to get fired from my job.
But that is the tack you have taken, my son. My good man. If you must walk in the mire, you must walk in the mire. If you must climb to the heights, you must climb to the heights.
Doxel, Blackthorn, Dolan, Lord Brutus, are you doing or saying anything as this is happening?
You can see that Lord Bruce is getting quite irritated with this man, kind of grinding his teeth, letting Sir Didymus do what he does best. But at some point, I'm ready to, kind of have a personal word with this gentleman.
Yes, it would be It would be such a shame if the next time you came to the temple that for some reason you might not receive the blessings or absolutions you might be coming for.
Oh, with your words, Doxel, you see he openly sneers. I have no need of your blessings.
Obviously, by the way you seem to behave around everyone.
I'm simply following the rules. Now, if you'll go wait down, it's almost time in any case. Wait down.
Indeed, it is. It is almost time. Let us round it to the time, shall we?
Dolan's just sitting behind, patting his hammer.
So we have the physical threats, we have the wheedling, and we have the negotiation. Tim, I'm going to go ahead and have you make your charm check, which is the feat that you and I discussed. And
Yes.
I will make my save against that as well. So tell me
All
what
right.
you roll.
Now, my charisma is 15.
Right?
It says reaction adjustment +3. I don't know if that factors.
It does.
I rolled a 6.
Okay. All right. You see this and fine. It's almost time anyway. And he shoots a dirty look at the other one. He cracks open the door and you see the chambers of the opera beyond, lit by sconces everywhere inside, but just a handful of the servants bustling about, making final preparations. You can see the stage in the distance as preparations are being made, but there are no patrons in here yet.
All right. Before we go in, he's going to grab the good doorman, and he's going to say, when my man Phipps comes, you're going to tell him that man's name and whereabouts and where he goes. Do you understand? You'll receive double benefit from what you've received already.
You say that to the other doorman?
Yes, the good doorman. Away from the other guy.
Yeah, so you kind of, you beckon to him, and he walks over to you, kind of lowers his voice. You know, the sounds can still be heard of the reveling outside, but in here there's a little bit more quiet. And he leans over, clearly wary of how long he's away from his station being heard, and he says, "Sir, it's the lot of them. They're ill-mannered. Forgive me. All of these new hires, they're creating chaos here. They don't have the proper manners, and financial decisions being what they are here in the Royal Opera House, the hiring has been very poor indeed, and for this, I beg your forgiveness, sir."
And who has been in charge of hiring, if you don't? I actually do not know. I can recall.
Well, of course, the masters of the house, Lord Walthrop, he runs the and does the best that he can, but times have been difficult, of course, and the coin was a bit tight. Please don't think ill of him.
I shall endeavor to do my best.
Good, sir. And he goes back out to the doors. They close behind, and all of you are now inside the performance hall of the Royal Opera House. Now, we come back to Awen. And Awen, as you step through the doors.
Hang on a second. Just one little. I want to make sure that he steps in with me, so I don't let go of him. So when we go through the door, I make sure that if he wants to go back out, I make sure that I pull him in, so to speak. So
yeah.
the only thing I'm worried about is that he will push me in and not go in there himself. So
Yeah.
I make sure that if that he comes in through the door with me.
Oh,
that's
you have no such concerns, Lady Awen.
Okay, good. That's the good thing. I want to make him aware of the fact that I want him in the room with me.
The harder you clutch him as you go through, the more fervent he becomes.
Okay.
It is with haste that he gently closes the wooden door behind him, rendering the sounds of the hall distant in the background. And he turns to you. You are a woman of passion and fire. As you look around, you can see it's a small attending chamber. There's a couch. There are a few drinks that are around. There's a small fire that crackles. He slides the bolt across. We can be alone here for some time. I am sure you've said we can help each other. And he begins to reach for the buttons of your jerkin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I stare at him, smiling like he's some petty little kid who is trying to get to his birthday present.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting until his hands is really engaged, so to speak.
Okay.
And then yeah, and then I kind of stare too. Do you really want to do this? Are you sure? I smile at him and kind of tell him that you look like you're a 13-year-old and trying to do something your parents didn't want you to do.
He is completely oblivious to this and clearly thinking in the southern regions, not the northern regions, in his reasoning. As he looks, he sees you smiling at him. He misjudges your smile badly. You're a naughty little minx, aren't you? And as he gets a few buttons out, he then slides his hands inside your jerkin. You allow him to continue. You tell me at any point you're doing anything to stop this.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for the perfect point to put a dagger in his throat.
Okay. As he does this, he leans.
When his hands are kind of low enough and entangled enough, that's when I want to strike.
He does just exactly that. He spreads your shirt, slides his hands down, pushes them through your pants, cups. I'm molesting Anime Meyer on stream here. I never thought this would happen. Please forgive me. I didn't think I would get this far.
No worries. I invited you to do this.
Yeah, I did. I'm following your. He cups your rear end. He pulls his hips in closer. His hands are entwined inside your pantalons now.
Well, I realized that can I sense that he's kind of getting himself entangled a little bit. Can I push him over, step on his foot and kind of catch his heel a bit and just push him backwards and see if he falls? That would be better because I don't want to have to murder him unless I have to, so to speak. So and Awen has no qualms about doing that. Right now he thinks that it might be the best thing to cut his throat, but it might be more beneficial not to do so to speak. And she realized that he might be beyond talking to at the moment, so to speak. He might need to be kind of reminded to come back to reality for a few seconds. So if she can kind of make him fall like timber and then kind of tell him what's going on.
Yeah, okay. No, well said. And I'll explain. The chat is noting that I have now flushed like 4 shades of red. This
is the second time. One game in Greyhawk and the other one when I make the DM uncomfortable. So I apologize to everybody if I get into making the DMs uncomfortable.
No, this is awesome. This is D&D. This is exactly what should be happening here. It's well played. And so yes, he as he's leaning over, you can smell the alcohol on his breath. He starts to mutter almost incoherently. He leans over and begins to try to kiss your neck as he is, kneading your buttocks, and you definitely sense that he is utterly out of his wits. His passions are inflamed. He is off balance. You could do most anything you wish to him in this moment. He is completely besotted and unaware. So tell me what you do.
Hang on a second. I know that this is a rich guy, a newly rich guy.
Correct.
Does he have like a purse with money and stuff? I'll take that first.
Oh, yes.
I'll take that first.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and make your, you're going to have a nice bonus on this, but go ahead and roll your pickpockets.
I roll my pickpockets, and I rolled 22. So I'm richer than I was earlier on, and he has some standing, right?
Oh yeah, he does. Yes.
Yeah, he has some standing.
He has something to lose, if that's what you're saying. Yes.
Well, yeah, he has some standing and some. But when he's kind of looks like he's in the middle of doing things, I unbolt the door and open the door a little bit. So and then I scream a little bit and step out of the room and scream and see that some people coming and hope that someone who's half dumb-witted will be the first one to appear, so to speak. I don't want anyone too smart to appear. And then I've organized the clothes just a little bit to look a little bit more decent, so to speak. But
so you slide. Yeah. All right. So you slide your hand. You clip his his purse
yeah.
off.
And I'll take the dirk too, just for the heck.
All right, you've got the dirk, you've got the pouch. As you do this, no, just a little bit lower with your hands, you minx.
I use my foot instead of my hand. That's kind of better. And put the knee in the back of him, and then I yell someone else. Can someone please come here? We have a customer or an opera attendee that is slightly troublesome.
Yeah, as you do this, there is a point at which you let out a scream. And all of you hear this. It reverberates through. There's a sudden silence inside the opera house. And he staggers back. What is it? What? No, you misunderstand me. I did. What's the meaning of this? So do you open the door?
Oh, yeah. I open the door.
You throw the bolt open.
I just say, you should probably leave now, I tell him.
Are you buttoning up your bodice, or are you?
I'm just a little bit, and say, you should probably leave now before that. Otherwise, you might be in trouble.
Of course, ma'am, and lady, I misunderstood.
No. Don't worry about it. We can still be useful for one another. Just make sure you leave now, so you don't end up in too much trouble.
You see Phipps standing in the doorway. What seems to be going on here?
Well, this gentleman we're a little bit too inebriated and stuff. Can you please escort him to somewhere where he can be safe? He has associates and stuff here. Make sure that nothing happens to him and that he doesn't disturb the performance tonight. And then she walks out.
As she walks out, he gives her a nod and he just keeps eye contact with Wilhelm.
Mm-hmm.
You, sir, I have words I shall not say to one of noble station, regardless of the... I will assure you, my master will hear of this.
And he spins away. The last thing you see, Lady Eowyn, is Wilhelm panting. He's tidying up his breeches, and he looks down, patting his pockets.
And I kind of show him at a distance that I hold it a bit and kind of just smile and nods a little bit and kind of and then I kind of tuck it in and make sure that I arrange my hair and the dress and all that so it looks as immaculate as can be of someone who is of low newly attended status or accomplished status. So yeah.
All right, and so you do so. You make your way through. There are still several people that are looking. You know, they heard the scream. A few are walking over, and even as Phipps comes walking back, Sir Wilhelm closes the door behind him, obviously trying to get his clothing back in order. And with that, now we're going to switch back to the rest of the group.
Easy feat for a noble who always has servants dress him. So he's going to be a mess.
Well, and he's poorly tailored and also slightly overweight. So it's going to be a struggle for him. All of you now back inside the opera hall. You look around, and you can just dimly hear the sounds of revelry outside. You know it's moments before the doors open. What do you do?
Doxel is going to reach inside one of his pockets and pull out a piece of parchment, and he's going to quickly sketch the inside of this opera house and all that, especially for the so he can be ready to mark down who he sees of note going to which boxes.
Okay. All right. You're preparing for this. Anyone else?
I would like to get my little telescope out of my little satchel. Designed and made by Diesel, the cutting-edge half-orc designer.
Oh, yep.
Nice.
Very nice.
I just want to tell everybody in the audience, I told John before that I'm going to play like it was a 1980s, so I kind of warned him beforehand that this might get out of hand, so I invited him. So don't be worried that there's no X card close yet, so unless John wants to have it. So play dangerous today.
Yeah, no, this is... I think this is a perfect example of how the game can be played. This is, we can have violence and bloodshed, but there can also be other sorts of elements to the game. I generally avoid, and I've talked to my teams about this, any sort of romance in one shot, simply because it's so much of an opportunity for misunderstanding. But because of the conversations that we have had and the way this was all structured, this was all. This was all appropriate, understood. Not premeditated, but
understood and approved on beforehand, so to speak.
So you're saying that she was asking for it.
Yeah. Tim. Strike that out. Amanda, can you delete that from the stream? The point being, and if you'll go back and you'll watch it, just doing a quick time out here, we're going to take our break here in just a second. If you'll go back and you'll watch it, you'll even see there were like step by step, each point sort of allowing the player to lead that through. At any point, I as a DM could have bailed out. At any point, she as a player could have bailed out. And nothing that we have done, I think, would be inconsistent with expectations.
No, and I just want to emphasize to all the players that I kind of hinted at stuff that gave John basically carte blanche, play tough, and because she's going to play tough. So
Anna was in charge, and John, we felt sorry for you.
You should have. I flushed 4 shades of chartreuse during that. But okay, so you, Doxel, are taking notes. What is everyone else doing inside there?
I'm going to go ahead and find a wall to lean against, and I'm going to have my hand on my hammer, and I'm going to have my flask in my other hand drinking, and I'm going to try and seem like I'm more involved with my drink than anything else, but I'm going to be looking around and seeing particularly anybody around the people that came in with me to make sure that they're okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Anyone else?
Is there any chance that our tickets also get us a backstage pass? Is that a thing?
It is a thing, but your tickets do not. That is not to say you could not find ways to do that, but again, you have just moments before the show begins. In fact,
it's the after party I'm worried about.
Okay. So there is a rattle going on downstairs. You can hear they're getting very close to opening the doors. Anything else you want to do while you're in here?
Yeah, John, I'd like to take a look around and see how many other box seats there are, if there's any other people in here, and also scan the ceiling if there are any type of, I'm thinking of theaters, modern theaters, I guess, or catwalks or anything else like that where people could be traverse or
yes, excellent questions all. So as you look around, let me pull up the map here. So on this second floor area, a bit of a mezzanine, if you will, there are 3 boxes. You're on the left-hand side, so the stage would be to your left. In fact, I wasn't going to show this, but because it's not really the actual setup here in terms of where the people are at, but this will give you a visual of the structure of the theater on the mezzanine level, and I'll show this. This will not appear on your Video Ninja. It's on my other monitor, so you'll have to see it on stream. So here, you are on this side of the second floor level here. This is where the body of seats would be, where my cursor is currently rotating. The stage would be right about where Dolan's beard is, if you're looking at the screen there. Then this up here is the sort of the third tier. This is the additional layering of seating. So your box is the first one here, nearest the stairs. Clearly, Lady Alondra wanted to make sure you had not only view, but easy access should anything occur. So that box looks across a pair of matching boxes on the opposite side, and again, the floor of the theater below.
So we're 2 to a box. It look like based.
No. That's just no. It'll seat the full. It'll seat the full 6 in your box.
Okay.
6 seats in each box.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. No, you can't judge by those, Robert. That's something else. Don't look at the people that were in there. That's just the layout purposes for it. So, you
right before.
Go ahead. Dolan, as you're looking around. Dolan, I rolled a moment ago, and I do some of these rolls for what you see or what you notice. Sometimes the DM will roll them just so you don't know if you've succeeded or failed, as you wouldn't in real life. Something you do notice is there are a handful, there are about 8, at times 10, of these members of the Opera House, the staff, that are moving around Some seem to be attending to seats, cleaning, preparing. Others just seem to be milling about, disinterested, not very engaged, occasionally bickering among one another. This is the last thing you note as the door. So I'll let you go ahead, Tim, but the doors are about to open.
I wanted to drop the little foppish act and do a quick walkthrough around the boxes in my area to look for any sort of something hidden, a box that's hidden somewhere, any sort of little, dark little holes where a snake could be put, or just to see if there's some sort of game afoot real quick. Just do a quick look over.
All right. Go ahead and roll D20. Just tell me what your raw roll is. As you see Sir Didymus, suddenly the jaunty gait and the dilettante air vanishes, and he moves with purpose quickly through some of the boxes.
13, I rolled.
13. No, as you look through the boxes, you don't notice anything here which seems to be off kilter or unusual. And with that, they throw the doors open. And with that, is there anything else? I should have come back to you. Edwin, is there anything else that you wanted to do while you were outside? You would have had still a moment or two.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I want to see, were any associates to this merchant?
Oh, yes. They were there. They were some of the ones standing right by the door, and they look at you come out.
Yeah. If there's, yeah.
I assume you're buttoning your...
Yes, exactly.
So you've made a show of it, essentially. You've let them know, right?
Yeah. Yep, and if there's someone I can assume be his assistant or someone the second in command or someone like that.
You saw his retaining man. His valet was there. He had actually handed him his drink when he finished, and he's standing there, salt and pepper hair, balding pate, stands just a little bit taller than you, and he looks like he's looking at a viper as you approach.
Yeah, I'll have the purse ready, and I'll take a few coins out of it and say, "This is your master's. Make sure that you keep it, because whatever he pays you, he needs to pay you more, so to speak. So keep it, and we can talk later, so to speak." And I grab a few coins just for some a little bit of tips for tonight, and I hand it over to him, and say, you might have to look for a new employer soon, so to speak, because whatever he pays you, he should pay you more.
Ma'am,
and then I walk away.
Ma'am, I assure you, you must have misunderstood his intentions. He is, and you can see he's made this excuse 1,000 times.
Exactly. I just laugh and say that and just walk away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And walk away. Nicely played. As you see the doors open and people begin to file in, and in just a few moments there are people being seated all across the lower level. You do see someone that you know, Dolan. It is one of the ladies of House Cardath, and Sabrina. She's a fetching beauty. Her hair is up. She has a pin through it, which has a bird on it. She loves the aviary, and she has seen you a few times before, is always friendly. She gives you a nod. Master Dwarf, good to see you again this evening. I hope you enjoy the show. Your friends, they seem quite interesting. What's that one doing, rummaging around in the boxes?
Oh, he's just making sure the seats are fine. You got to make sure the quality is good place to sit, comfortable.
Well played.
She looks at you befuddled, like, why is a noble checking the seats to make sure they're okay? But this
man is running on an errand right now. He had to do it himself.
Yes, of course. Good evening, Mr. Dolan. Enjoy the show. Have you seen Lady Estrella before?
I can't say that I have.
She, I assure you, is nothing short of divine. Truly, you will enjoy the evening, I hope. And
does she have a nice beard?
She gives a tinkling laugh as you say this. She nods at her companion. I tell you, the humor of dwarves is unsurpassing. Did I not tell you this? She gives a little elegant curtsy and moves to her seat. as the seating is happening, everyone is going to their boxes. You see the final preparations on the stage being made. Is anyone doing anything else? Saying anything else? You see Lady Ewin comes walking up as she finishes the final button of her shirt.
Put the little scarves I have around neck, kind of arrange it and kind of look. She looks like she's already accomplished something today. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would like to save a seat for her.
So I'm going to speak to Festus, and once the show gets going, I want him to go out and mingle with the front of house staff,
Okay.
and just make friends and just try and pick up the gossip. Maybe get like a head count, because we've clearly established there's two different kinds of demeanors here amongst the staff. Maybe he could come up with a head count of how many of each.
Of course, sir. Counting is my specialty. I can certainly do this. Anything else, sir?
Just keep an eye out. Just report anything unusual that you see. But just mingle, make friends.
Of course, sir. Yes. I will return, perhaps at intermission if I found something. May I seek you here?
Absolutely.
Good. What is Phipps doing? Yeah, you're muted.
Phipps? What is Phipps doing?
Yes.
He would be returning.
Yeah.
To me.
He has returned.
And I'll be like, Phipps, it took you long enough.
Sir,
What's the word? What's going on?
there was a matter I had to attend to, sir. It seems, well, Sir Wilhelm is a lower cad than we even knew. He made inappropriate advances at Lady Ewin.
I say, he's quite braver than I thought, or stupider.
I believe. Forgive me, sir.
Less witty.
I believe the word you're looking for is brazen, uncouth, cadly, and deserving of a proper whipping, sir. I told him you might be attending to such matters.
I would like to. How is Avon taking it? How is she recovering?
It seems to me, sir, that she gave more than she got, and he's the one recovering.
I see.
What do you mean once?
As everyone is seated, Festus, and where are you going to send Phipps during the?
I just back near the wall, near the door, so if I turn, he knows that he's needed immediately.
All right, just so. And with that, as all of you are seated, there is a slow hush that settles over the opera house as the lights go down, and you see there is some movement behind the curtain. As the final preparations are being made, there's a low murmur and a buzz as the preparations, there is an intense anticipation. As each of you sit down, you cannot help but scan the crowd, the stage. Unless you're doing something otherwise, I will assume that you're both watching the play, but also watching the crowd, the boxes around you. Is anyone doing anything special or in particular as the opera begins? All right. Then with that, we're going to take our one and only break here tonight on Blue Box. I want to thank my distinguished players. You guys are doing awesome. I know it's a different sort of game. You don't often get the opportunity to play as nobles. You don't often get the opportunity to hobnob in high society. And so it takes a bit of getting used to, but I think you guys have done a tremendous job so far. I want to say thank you to all the Mad Chatters. Trust me, all of your plus ones will be of use this evening. I want to thank everyone that's watching us tonight. We've been hovering around 70, 80 viewers already in the evening, and I think that's going to grow. We do have two giveaways that I'll talk about here. One, we have the Scarlet Brotherhood. This is a reprint. Of course, everyone knows that's Jay's favorite organization in Greyhawk, and so
Yes.
so we like giving this guy away. And these Lightning Source reprints they're super high quality. This is a couple hundred pages. This one. Sorry, go ahead, Anna.
It's a great one of the
100
best
pages.
supplements for Greyhawk. It's fantastic, and I think it's Jay's most favorite association is probably the Furyundi Vampire Association.
Of course, yes, and Thrum.
Well, the
Yeah,
Brotherhood
yes.
is a good second.
Yeah, it's a second place on that. So we're going to give this away tonight. And then also tonight, we're going to give away a $10 gift card to the Blue Box merch store. I showed this earlier, but if you weren't with us, let me bring it up and show it again. In fact, I'll show it after the break just for sake of time. But we'll do a $10 gift card to the Blue Box merch store. As we go to break, this is going to be a quick 3-4 minute break. We'll leave the microphones hot as we always do. We'll start the drawings for our giveaways. And I have some really important announcements to make as we continue with the second half of A Night at the Opera. Blue Box. Wait. Oh, I almost forgot. We have to ask the question. Who would like to ask the question? All right, you're up, Robert.
So, honestly, if you're watching this show and you're not a follower, or if you're following but not subscribing,
No.
or even, hard to think of it, you're subscribing but you have not renewed your subscription.
Say it, Slow
John, I have only one thing to ask of them.
What are you doing? Thank you very much. Give us a follow. Give us a sub. Blue Box will be right back, and the mics will stay hot. Great job, everyone. Thank you, all of you Mad Chatters. You guys rock, and yay, art fly.
I'm gonna wolf down some food real quick, and I'll be right.
Do so.
Yeah, I'm gonna fetch.
Got to get those Doritos and that Mountain Dew.
All right, I'm back with the Thin Mints.
Awesome. This is a fun session. I'm sorry I'm hogging so much of the limelight,
Hey,
but I
don't
got
worry
the
about it.
chance.
Yeah, that was a great scene. Like I said, we're in the presence of greatness all the way through that.
That
all
was
the way
fun.
through that scene.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's perfect scene done the way it should be done.
Yep.
And all the planning ahead of time and such.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure the audience knew that there was no
Yeah.
foul play from John's
Totally understood. Yes.
yeah, not side at all, because I
Mhm.
told him that you can just go for it. It will be like the 80s again. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a tough decision tonight. Did I want to do my Peter Lorre voice, or sometimes I use my Pat Butt?
Oh, I love your
syndrome?
voice and stuff. I wish I could
So-
do voice acting like that. It's awesome fun.
They're my
It's
two
great.
favorite. They're my two favorite character voices to do, and I thought,
Yep.
since I'm doing a character, I might as well be the best character actor who ever lived.
Oh, it's great. Yep. And it really fits that noble, slightly foppish kind of. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Are we talking about Tim's cosplay?
Oh, and Robert's awesome
Yes.
voice play. Yeah.
I had my favorite character voices I like to do is either Peter Lorre, or sometimes when I'm playing my Paladin, I've got Pat Buttram syndrome with my voice.
No, I'm loving your
And I was
voice
trying to
acting.
decide which one.
I'm loving your voice acting.
It was a tough choice, but I figured Peter Lorre was the better bet for this.
Yep. I just said I wish I could do that too, but I have a funny accent to begin with, so that's it. Yep.
No, well chosen, and it's super fun. Hey, thank you all you mad chatters. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thank you for all the new followers. We're closing in on 2,400. My goal is actually not correctly updated. We might actually be over that number. But let me see where we're at here.
So you have had some purges too, like poor Jay had purges.
No, you know what? That hasn't happened to me yet. I'm sure at some point it will. But just the little slide updater on my slob, sometimes it has to be refreshed. It doesn't stay current. In fact, I'll pull it up right now on Twitch and just see where we're at.
But this is an awesome module. I realized I haven't read it, thankfully. This is great. I love the nobility flair and opera stuff. That's awesome.
So the opera concept and all of that, Carlos Lysing, the core concept here, the build out of all of the the nobility and what we're doing here, all really a function of some of the pre-work that we did here at Blue Box, and really it was inspired by Tim's initial Sir Didymus character. Really made me want to bring this to life. And it was something that we hadn't done here before, so I'm very much enjoying it. Carlos's module has so much in it. We could probably play 4 or 5 sessions like this tonight. So we are definitely doing some tailoring to this as we go. But yeah, super fun. All right, I'm going to switch back here to our live screen. Wait, hold on, let me double check that number as I promised. We're at 2396, so we're 4 followers away from 2,400. That's pretty cool. And here we come. Blue Box is back.
Last thin minute.
And Blue Box is back. We still await, Tim likes to be mysterious. And as you know, it's always fashionable to be late, and no one is more fashionable than Sir Didymus. So I'll finish with a couple of the announcements as we wait for him to come back. The chat's kind of going through. No, this is not a published model, Barry. This is an unpublished work in progress model from Carlos Lysing of Castle Entertainment. Check him out. He is an awesome guy. He was kind of stepped away for a little bit, and he's been very back very active, and he writes great stuff. And then this is obviously heavily modified for Blue Box consumption and working into the one shot here with these great players. Jason, thank you so much for all the gift subs. That's really appreciated. As you know, every dollar here goes back to support the stream and pour more into it. So the giveaways, I've already mentioned the first one, which is this guy, the Scarlet Brotherhood. And then the second giveaway is a $10 gift card to our merch store. If you didn't see this earlier, this is the Blue Box merch store. You can find it if you go to blueboxrpg.com. You'll see all of our campaigns. You can get summaries of all the campaigns on the Tears of Aird. You can even see the Tears of Aird video that kicks off on the pre-stream. You can see the gallery of our fan art. This is kind of cool if you haven't seen this yet. Our fan art gallery is now divided by campaign. So you can see the Rune Lords, the Children of Dirt. You can see the Greyhawk Awakening fan art, and you can just kind of click through it here, and you can see all of our current and past fan art. And when you post new fan art, it goes in here in chronological order. And then you can see about us, and then the merch store. And so the $10 gift card can go to any of these items in our merch store. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, this is not a profit source for Blue Box. You see this right here. Blue Box has a core value of committed to helping our community, and as such, we annually support St. Jude Children's Research, and this is in conjunction with the Greyhawk community and Lord Gazumba. And 100% of the product profit for this site goes to the organization St. Jude Children's Hospital through Tiltify. So you've got Blue Box mugs, Greyhawk Awakening mugs, Understreet Rats mugs. You got phone cases, tumblers. The phone cases will do virtually any kind of iPhone or Samsung Galaxy. And looking forward to seeing fan art of Anna's encounter with Wilhelm. Yes, I agree, Jason. You got the polos, you've got the tanks for men and women, you've got the aprons and the tote bags and some cool. No, I've actually got one. So I've got a couple pieces of the merch here. This is one of the notebooks. I'm stalling here for Tim. Very cool. It's got a neat finish on it. The paper is gridded inside, so it's not graph paper. It's just like dot gridded, so it's really easy to write on. It's got a nice back cover with the QR code directly to the website. These are super cool to have. And then also I've got one of the 15 ounce. They come in a 11 and 15 ounce mugs here. And then what at the bottom, I think I got a mouse pad. So again, if you get that gift card, you can get anything on the website. $10 will go against that. I'll provide you that gift code. And then any profits from this all go to St. Jude Children's Hospital. Two other quick announcements that I would like to make. One is what we have coming up tomorrow night. We are very excited. We have the return of a very special person here at Blue Box. Let me check, see if Tim has sent me anything in Discord. Not yet. Hopefully he's okay. So we have this lady returning. Vivi, the DM's Quest, Blue Box fan favorite here. She had a change of career that has pulled her away on Monday nights, Tuesday nights, and Friday nights where she has to work. But fortunately, she has Wednesday nights free. And so she is joining us not just tomorrow, but most every week, depending on schedule, as our additional co-host. So she'll be joining Robert, Phantom, and Jay and I for the first time tomorrow night. We're going to talk about revivifying your dungeon mastering. This is for all of you forever DMs how do you keep coming up with content? How do you get reinvigorated when perhaps you're getting a little bit stale? What sources of inspiration do you go to? How do you get new ideas? Do you have a muse that you bounce things off of? We're going to talk about all that tomorrow, but let's not lie, we're just most excited to have Vivi back on a Blue Box stream tomorrow night. That's going to be super awesome. Then, next Tuesday night, we are going to have this. The incredible Session 0 for the Sea of Dark Sun. This is Greyhawk Awakening Book 3, Session 0. This is your chance to be part of something new, something spectacular. In this Session 0, we'll be talking about some of the mechanics. There'll be a lot of changes that are happening. This is in the Sea of Dust, which we're now calling the Sea of Dark Sun. This is not just a shoehorn of one world into another. This is carefully researched with luminaries of the Greyhawk community like Anna B. Meyer, Jay, Lord Gazumba, and Carlos Lysing himself. There is a really cool story and reason behind what's happening. This makes sense in the ashes of the ancient Baklunish Empire after the reign of colorless fire. Suel Empire, after the reign of colorless fire, that something rose up from that, and that actually will be the Sea of Dark Sun. And it is going to be such a fun game to play. All the mechanics will be different, as you might expect. Water will be scarce, psionics will be prominent, magics are very different. It will be the world of Athos, essentially, the Dark Sun rule set, based in the Flyness. And so we'll be talking through all of that at 5 o'clock next week, prepping the players. We'll talk about some, boundaries and all the things you want to have in a Session 0. And please make sure that you join us for that. And so I think that covers all of our most important announcements. I do also have Mark Lagarian from Lawful Stupid joining us next Wednesday with Vivi and Rob to talk about psionics and the world of Dark Sun. He's been running Dark Sun campaigns in Twitch now for 3 years, I think, and knows all about the economies of those systems, the mechanics, the psionics. That's going to be really fun to talk to him next week. All right. With that said, cue this and we will resume. Players, I'm going to go back to a question I asked you when we first began. As you are seated, I won't do a round robin of all of you, but I'll give the opportunity as you're seated, as the hush settles over the audience. The flutter of the curtain brings the flutter of chests and breathless anticipation. I would like you to tell me something, any of you, not all of you, something your character notices or thinks or feels in this moment.
My character looks around at his companions and realizes he actually likes them more than he initially thought he did. And with the events of tonight, he's feeling a little bit on edge, and seeing how there's some bickering and some chatter going on with the members of the theater, he's just finding that he's actually concerned for these people that he before considered lesser, and they may be a little less lesser now.
Very nice. Well said. All right. Anyone else?
Amy looks around and primarily at the audience, but also if there's characters that are part of staff and others in the theater, in the salon, and she wants to see, meaning most of the ones that probably look like spoiled nobility, that they're there just to show off, but she wants to see if she can notice people who doesn't seem to be these spoiled urbanites that are too wealthy for their own good and stuff, and see if she can notice someone like that seems to be a little bit more interested in what's going on, that will be the norm, so to speak, if she can find someone like that. Yep.
All right. That makes sense. Anyone else?
Brutus wants to have someone like Phipps. But
it's not that
also
expensive.
Yeah, that's a great ad.
Wait. So hold on. So let's actually that's a good point, because I don't want to lose that. So let's role play that. So Brutus, you, Sir Didymus, you're seated right next to him, as all of the attendees here in the Royal Opera House at the premiere on Midsummer's Eve, the 4th of Richfest, the year after the final battle of the Greyhawk Wars, sit next to each other, and Brutus leans over to you and says,
Sir Didymus, this man Phipps of yours, he seems like a great companion to have, even though he can be a little frustrating in understanding the ways of your desires and what the nobility need.
Yeah,
but it must be great having a man to fetch things for you.
Well, he is indispensable. A nobleman needs to have a manservant or a valet to make sure that everything is taken care of, because all your duties preclude you from doing the basic living that they must take over for you, and also direct some of the lesser house staff. I don't know if you know this, but my family has interests and owns a butlery college, and they train butlers, and they also introduce them to magic, so they know cantrips. You've spilled a wine stain on your favorite garment, they can clean it, and it's good as new.
Even thought or heard of something like this coming from my family does not have any manservants like this to help, or any servants to kind of help.
I can put in a good word for you.
I would love this very much. And Blackthorn must have a
couple patrons from below look up. Shh.
Yeah. Shh.
Festus has been with me my whole life. He was there when I was born.
Indeed.
And it's really not that expensive to upkeep a man like that.
Yes. You have convinced me.
And it also helps. He is also a believer of Farlong. So it's all good.
I will have to follow up with you after this show, Didymus.
After my hushing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nope, I'm finished.
After my hushing, I'm going to strike the pose and try to recover. You know, if anyone's watching me and looking, and he's thinking to himself, it's alarming how charming I feel.
John, with that, I'm going to be, realizing that the gentleman at the door was treating nobility a little rudely and seemed out of place. So I'm going to be not really watching the show as much as more looking at the other boxes in the audience and looking for similar people that appeared out of place.
Okay. All right. Just as you have all said. Anyone else?
Doxel, because of his family status, he's been here multiple occasions, shall we say. So he's going to be thinking, well, if something's going to happen, it's probably going to happen in some sort of stealthy way. So he's going to take note of all the ushers and attendants and stuff like that are not a part of the usual staff that he's used to seeing. In other words, who are all the new people that might not necessarily have been vetted very well?
Okay, excellent. And as you all do this, it is then with the final hush, the curtains part. You see a darkened stage before you. A single light. You know there is an attendant illusionist here in the Royal Opera House that provides some of the pyrotechnics and various visuals. As a single light hits the stage, a hush settles over the audience, and a lone man, a young man, dark of hair, slicked back, wearing the clothes of a man of medium estate. He strides to the center, and he looks off to the side of the stage. As he casts his glance to the side of the stage where other of the actors might be waiting, he looks across, and he looks to the audience. For all my life I felt alone, and now at last I have found you. And with that, the orchestra begins and kicks off, and you feel swelling tones. I thought I was lost, but now I found you. And the swelling tones. The audience makes no reaction, for they know what comes next. It is she, Lady Estrella. As she comes to the floor, she does not walk. She glides. She seems to levitate across the surface of the Opera House floor, every eye with rapt attention upon her. As her voice begins to ring out with power and beauty, dulcet tones that echo from the rafters, carrying with them the impossible weight the emotions must follow. Her beauty is ethereal. Even those that have seen her before, she looks absolutely resplendent this night. And as she glides across the stage, it is every eye attendant upon her. Her luxurious raven hair falls in cascades around her shoulders, a circlet, a diadem on her brow. She emotes toward Draco, her lover. And as she sings the notes, it is clear they are soon to be wed. The audience is carried away in the sweep of emotion. As each of you are looking around, you can't help but notice, while all in the audience are watching, there were several of you that indicated you were looking closely at the staff and the attendants. You don't notice anything unusual about the patrons that are watching. It's as though none of them can even breathe. But it is the staff. There are a few of them that seem to be staring at Estrella with an intensity that does not look like the rapt adoration of the audience, but more calculating. And there are furtive glances that go back and forth among them. As you notice this, Draco makes a motion as he is pulled away, not to be wed yet, being swept off to war. War calls him away from his beloved. He hands her a rose and promises his return. As he does so, he bows and he walks off the stage, leaving Maria, Lady Estrella, alone. She stares at the audience, a plaintive look in her eyes. As this happens, I want to go back to the PCs. You tell me, is there anything that you are in particular doing or looking for in this moment? Or is that a mic drop? Have I just enraptured all of you?
As Doxel looks at
We're
the
spellbound
staff
by the diva.
Yeah,
as
cultural
Doxel looks
devotees now.
around,
Yeah.
he's the ones who aren't enraptured by the performance. Can he tell, is it a positive look on their faces as they're darting around, or is it more of a contemptuous look to them?
No, darting and calculated, not contemptuous. You would easily make that determination, but clearly focused on her. Anyone else?
I believe there's a blackmail plot afoot. They're waiting for her to do something. and they have expectations.
Shh!
Phipps.
Did you call for Phipps?
I'm blaming him.
Oh.
Another advantage.
As Draco goes off to war, the opera continues, and it's clear that his life is in danger. He fights upon the fields of battle. He is valorous. He misses, he longs, he writes letters. There are correspondences that go back and forth. Their love is not to be broken by the separation of time and place. But then, as he rushes to the aid of another, a friend in combat, he is stricken, an arrow through his heart, and he falls to the ground in a pool of his own blood and cries out, "Maria! Maria! Would that I could come to you, my Maria!" And as his hand falls to his chest, and it's now been, this is obviously happening much longer than what I'm showing you here. The curtain falls, and there is then thunderous applause as intermission comes, and everyone stares around at one another. The buzz begins immediately with what they have seen. There's a brief intermission. Phipps comes over. Festus comes walking over as well as all of this is happening. As Festus walks over, he walks straight to Blackthorn, and he's holding something in one of his hands. As Phipps comes over to you, he says,
Sir Didymus, my lord, I find there are many of these here, which are of the ill-mannered nature of the one that we met at the door. As we heard them, they were hired within the last fortnight in a cost-cutting measure, but they seem to be more than laggards. They're quite suspicious in their comportment.
I had a feeling.
That was Phipps to Didymus.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Oh. I thought Festus said it.
Nope. Festus had something in his hand walking over to Blackthorn.
Okay.
Phipps went to you and addressed you and made that statement about the nature of the guards.
Yes. I'm going to conspiratorially tell my associates. Just as we thought, these blackguards are up to something.
Festus, what do you have for us?
Yes, well, it seems forgive me, I took the liberty of going into the kitchens. Well, I had no intent of eating for myself, but I did then follow them into a storeroom. Well, I'm sorry, I might have grabbed a muffin, but in any case, in the storerooms, I found this.
And he holds up a bottle that he hands to you.
It smells quite strange, sir.
And it's a decanter, looks like a liqueur of some kind, but it's not something that you saw being served outside, and for some reason it caught Festus' eye.
And what does the smell?
Yeah.
Okay, you uncork it. You can see he'd already done it once. You sniff it, and yeah, there is definitely a pungent odor to this. I would like each of you, who all is going to do this? Who's going to smell it? Okay.
I will.
All right. I would like both of you to make a wisdom check at a -4. So whatever your wisdom is, subtract 4 from that, roll under that. If you make that roll, tell me how far you roll under it. Thank you, Mad Chatters. We appreciate all of the support, all the followers. We're actually right now almost at 2,400 followers. Ignore that 2,378. It's not correct. So if you're watching right now, we would appreciate a follow from you. That could help get us over. We're at 2,396, so we're 4 followers away. All right, what were your rolls?
Doxel is 7 under.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
I say iocane powder. I stake my life on it. I rolled a 20. I rolled a 20.
Exactly, and that's exactly how you would play that. So well played. So you have certitude Sir Didymus, that you know what this is, and you are certain it's exactly what you said. You, Doxel, you smell. There is clearly a poison here, and it's strange to you. It's got a paralytic quality to it in your healing ministrations as a cleric. You've studied such things. But it doesn't smell like a common paralytic. There's something about it you can't quite put your finger on. By the way, that's a lot of information you just got based on that roll.
It's not a toxin that is, shall we say, native to this area.
Nothing you've ever smelled before. Definitely not native to something you're familiar with. But again, you are familiar with all manner of anesthetics, paralytics, things that are often used sometimes in healing. You know, even certain healing ministrations require certain paralytics to keep various limbs still while being attended to. This does not smell anything like anything you've ever smelled before of that type. That's all you can determine.
This is it's got some sort of strange toxin in it, some sort of paralytic or something along that line, but it's not something.
Well, I knew it was bad.
Not something I'm familiar with in any of, and I'm in my third level of alchemy training at the temple, so this is something I've not. It's not something that the head priests have taught us about yet.
How much of these were down below the kitchen?
I saw there were at least 4 bottles, sir. They all looked unopened.
So I've traveled pretty far and wide. Maybe I should take a sniff and see if I might have some familiarity with it.
Sure, go ahead and roll. And remind the audience of your class.
I am a cleric. I'm a priest of Farlong, and I get around.
So the whole time while they're discussing this, my character Dolan's over in the side there, going like this to his eyes, going, "You got shot in the heart."
I am 6 under the -4.
Yeah, this for you similarly. You discern it's very odd in nature as the crowd is beginning to mill back in. People are beginning to file back into their seats. It's still a moment or so before the intermission is over, but clearly no one wants to miss a moment of Ostrella's performance.
We probably need to find out who's in charge of the kitchen staff and the. Does my etiquette help me know who that is, or what title that person has, or?
You would not know you've never operated inside of a playhouse, and such things were really beneath your station to pay mind to. But you don't know any of the individuals of staff. You recognize some of them visually, but you've never seen the kitchen staff. You've just seen.
But I know they should get him immediately if I ask for it.
That's exactly correct. Phipps looks over. Would you like me to investigate more, sir?
Yes, but I believe, Phipps, we might need to get a more bold hand involved in this. I wouldn't want you to endanger yourself more than normal.
Perhaps we should, some of us, one of us, part of us, go down and retrieve the rest of these bottles, and at the very least dispose of them.
I would highly recommend, since we don't know what we're dealing with here, I would highly recommend that we get our hands on them so nothing ill-intended happens to somebody.
So Phipps brought us the bottle, right?
Yes.
So
No. Festus brought the bottle.
Festus, okay. Then perhaps he could guide a few of us back down there, and some of us could keep an appearance in the box so that we don't draw too much attention, and some could go check it out.
Oh, we'll go with Festus. I'm a little used up in a box of something.
Yeah, I'll go with Festus since he's my man.
Okay. So as they're filing in, seats are being filled. You have just a moment or here to decide what you're doing. So far I have Festus and Blackthorn. Anyone else going out toward the kitchens? All right,
Brutus will
Blackthorn.
accompany him.
All right. Brutus, Blackthorn, Festus. Anyone else?
I follow them a few steps behind. And I don't focus on what they're focused on. I'm looking around to see if anyone else paid attention to what we're up to.
Okay. All right.
And I'm going to keep an eye out for any strange behavior from the staff if they go running off somewhere.
All right. And what about you, Dolan? Dolan?
I'm gonna. Sorry, I was reading chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed what. Where were they heading?
They're headed to the kitchen. 4 of them are headed to the kitchen. Only at this point, Sir Didymus is remaining behind, depending on what you do.
I will stick with Sir Didymus, whichever way he goes.
Oh, very
I don't
good.
think we split up completely.
Okay.
I could tell he is a true appreciator of music.
As the final reseating occurs, the hush once again settles over the audience. And as the curtains part, again, the spotlight hits the stage and the audience takes a collective breath as Ostrella opens her mouth, hearing the pain of her loved one being gone, but not yet having received the letter. She dutifully bustles about, making preparations for his return, still attending to preparations for the wedding, being the perfect figure of the chaste bride in waiting. She calls out plaintively to the gods. She speaks their names one by one and asks for them favor and boon, asks for the protection and blessing upon her beloved Draco. Once again, the swells of her tones carry the audience enraptured. As this is happening, the 4 of you make your way to the kitchens. It's deathly quiet here in the outside hallways. Everyone is inside. There's a sparse scattering of attendants, and through a series of twists and turns, you get inside the sort of underbelly of the Royal Opera House. The gilding is long past. All of the gorgeous accoutrement to decorate it no longer seen. Now you're in the sort of functional underbelly of the Royal Opera House. Lady Edwin, as you linger behind, as the group walks through, you do see all the attendants are giving you, strange looks. It's odd to see nobility walking here during the show. There are some that have a different eye of suspicion. And in fact, you see one rather slender man with an ill-advised mustache begins to follow and is going a few steps behind you, trying to be somewhat stealthy, but he's very bad at it. As you continue toward the kitchens, Festus, right through here, this way. I'm not sure how the kitchen staff will take to all of you. Would you like me to go through, or shall I take you to it?
Go ahead and take us to it.
Just so then. All right. And as he walks you through the kitchens, you do indeed see several of the kitchen staff looking at you. You see a man with big, heavy forearms in a smock stained with all kinds of foods and gravies and sauces. Looks up. Oh, you there? Could I help you with something, sirs?
We're feeling a little peckish. Can we have a snack?
Oh, your servant could have brought you anything you needed. Yeah, come to the kitchens. I didn't mean to be rude, but it's not necessary.
We needed to stretch our legs.
Grab some biscuits. There's lamb and brisket there. Whatever you want. Just don't linger in my kitchens. I don't want to splash on you. I don't want you to get cut, burned, any manner of ill things to happen to your noble persons.
It's very kind of you. I give him 3 gold pieces.
He looks at the gold pieces. Yeah, and he smiles, just kind of tucks them in his pocket, nods at you. Eowyn, as you're standing in the door, you see that one that was following you. He kind of slides.
Can I walk up to him?
Sure. Yeah, he tries to move behind a corner, but you see him. Yeah. And as you come walking up to him, he straightens and he addresses you, looks squarely at you.
Is he dressed like he's part of staff?
Yep.
Okay, so I say, are you also worried about catering tonight?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. No, I'm not worried about catering. I'm worried about you.
wandering about. This is not where you belong.
Oh. Are you sure you know where I belong?
You
She
don't.
smiles and
All right. So are you attempting to charm him? Are you threatening him? What is
I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here a little bit, and she doesn't pretend to. She doesn't really want to do anything more than just continue to have a casual conversation to see how dedicated he is to follow her, or basically to distract him from figure, because Aowen doesn't really know what's going on in the kitchen. She just wants to make sure that he doesn't know what's going on in the kitchen. So
Gotcha.
that's the whole, yeah.
All right, gotcha. So you engage him, and he's he
Just
has
as much as gets its attention. That's it, so to speak. Yeah.
He has very similar to that sort of sour attitude that you saw in the guard, or you didn't see, but the other saw at the front door. But he does engage you, and you kind of bicker back and forth with him. The rest of you are in the kitchen. You can avail yourself of whatever is in the kitchen. Festus kind of motions toward the storehouse door on the other side of the kitchen and just looks at Blackthorn, at Didymus, at Brutus.
So I want to go over there and open the storeroom and see if the bottles are there. How many bottles are there?
All right. So first of all, yeah, the cook looks up. You want something to drink? I've got ample here.
Oh, that's okay. I'd rather help myself.
Sir, forgive me. I it's most unusual. I would prefer you not.
Give him 3 more gold pieces.
He looks around the rest of his staff, shrugs, and you walk in. You see it's a larder. It's got various foodstuffs. There are casks that are stacked. You see bottles of various, but immediately Festus points to a box that's kind of out of place. It's got a dark wood crate that covers it, and you see there are 3 remaining bottles, these sort of greenish crystal cravat bottles that are in this container by themselves.
How many bottles would it have held? Will it hold totally? There's 3 in it now. How many can that box hold?
4.
And so there's 3 now. We have the one that
Correct.
Festus bought.
Correct.
All right, we're gonna take the bottles, and
right.
then we're gonna go back out in the kitchen. My good man, we're gonna take these. Can I offer you money for them, because we want these?
He looks over at you. Oh, I'm not sure what those are. Those aren't part of our normal stock. Sir, just, you've been good to me. Just have them. Please, get out of my kitchens before you get burned, spilled, slapped, or stabbed.
Thank you, sir. My good man. We'll get out of your way now.
Okay. As you make your way out of the kitchens, you see Lady Eowyn there is talking back and forth with a guard. And as she does so, she kind of looks over her shoulder and gives you a wink as you all come walking out. Now we're going to switch back inside the theater. Sir Didymus and Doxel, you were the one that remained in with him. No, Dolan was the one that remained in with him.
I'm still there too.
Oh, okay, great. As the opera continues, once again, Lady Estrella's voice cries out for blessing and aid toward the heavens. As the opera begins to reach its crescendo, there are tears flowing throughout the audience as she begins a duet with now the departed ghost of Draco, who has fallen on the field. She calls out to him. She falls upon her knees, and as she weeps, his voice also rings out from the heavens. I thought I had you, but only in my dreams. And now I've lost you. Life is never as it seems. And with that, she drops the rose that he gave her at the beginning of the opera, and she falls to her knees and just begins weeping The fates, how dare they? The fates, how cruel they. She slowly stands. She looks at the audience. And as she begins her final sonnet, there are tears, and it's almost as though she levitates slightly above the stage. Clearly, the illusionist behind the stage has cast lights, various hues and colors that surround her in a swash of different tones. And as her voice rings out one final time, the audience as one seems to weep and be moved with her loss, each of them seeming to recall. It is not lost upon you, Sir Dolan, Sir Didymus, that many in this crowd no doubt saw loved ones fall in the Greyhawk Wars just this last year, the year before. How many sons, how many daughters lie in soil, how many relationships bereft in the prime of life, just as played out on this stage. It strikes a note with the audience like nothing you have seen before. And as she concludes in swelling tones, she actually lifts from the floor Estrella in all of her glory, radiant in the light of the stage. The audience thunders rapturous applause. And as she at last finishes her last note, she too falls to the stage, her dress falling about her in diaphanous cascades of cloth. And she gently lays her head on the stage and gives up her final breath, unwilling to live one final moment without her love. And with that, the curtains close.
Sublime.
And there is a thunderous, rapturous applause. It's cacophony inside the opera house here as people rise from their seats. Some are weeping, some are hugging, but some are moving. You see some moving quickly off to the sides of the stage, and as things begin to, the lights begin to come up on the house, as Estrella is whisked behind the stage, the normal musicians begin to take up their places, and the ushers begin to move people outside of the opera house, or the performance area of the opera house. As the rest of you are coming back from the kitchens, you can hear this applause coming through the walls. It shakes the very foundations of the Royal Opera House. And as you walk toward, is there anything you're doing as you're walking back toward, you've got these bottles in hand?
Yeah, I make sure we spread the bottles out amongst us so that one person is like encumbered with all 4 bottles.
Okay. Anyone else? Lady Ewen, do you continue to engage with this man, or do you let him go?
I just keep polite conversation going and making sure that he doesn't see what's going on.
Oh.
Hopefully, yeah.
My gosh, I really wanted him to see that, but that was a terrible roll. So he does not see anything of the bottles that are being held.
I want him to see me. Yeah.
Well, you have that distracting way about you with that 18 comeliness and 15 charisma. So even as sort of taciturn as this fellow is, he is also distracted by Lady Eowyn, and the rest of the group makes their way past, bottles, easily concealed. And back to Sir Didymus and Sir Dolan. As the crowd is milling about and moving, Phipps quickly attends to you. Festus is still with the rest of the group. What are you doing?
Now, you
Phipps,
said
what's
that
going
we
on?
saw some-
Sir, it seems, I'm not sure, but...
Go and find out.
Yes, sir, if I'm not making too great a leap, I believe the Lady Estrella may be in danger.
How say you so?
Say no more. Say no more. And
Sir,
where is this happening?
I don't know where anything's happening, sir. I noticed the way some of the men were looking at her, and,
Well,
I'm a man that knows a thing or two, and it's not the normal way a man looks at a beautiful woman. It seems they have something else in mind. I do.
Tips, your character does you credit.
Oh, well, thank you, sir, as always. And have I told you this evening, you look absolutely splendid, as always.
You have, Phipps, but you can always say it again.
Well, sir, you do. But then again, you always look splendid, sir. I do know where the ladies' quarters are. Perhaps we could attend there, or should we look backstage? Or I'm sorry, I overstepped myself. What should we do?
We shall wait 1 moment.
Phipps is MVP so far.
Dolan? Doxel, what do you think?
By Morden's beard, I think we should go find her.
About this time, unless I don't want to presume, were the folks who went to the kitchen doing anything else, or are you headed back to meet back up with Sir Didymus?
Yeah, we would have been going back to.
All right, so let's say about this time, as Phipps finishes his second perfunctory compliment of Sir Didymus, you come walking up.
So we have the 4 bottles of the tainted wine.
Correct.
It doesn't appear that there's any more down there. What goes on with you?
Good grief.
Sir Didymus, if I may. Phipps, is there any word among the people that you were cavorting with about any kind of after party or post-show celebration that the diva would be attending?
Good sir, forgive me. I am not one familiar with such things. I never partake. There are, of course, it's Midsummer's Eve. There are after parties everywhere. But I think of most importance would be Lady Estrella, and I'm told she always retires to her quarters.
And that might suggest that at least some of us go there. If maybe not some of us see if we can get backstage to see if there's anything happening there. It's an idea.
Party, what do you do? As the various dilettantes and debutantes and those newly wealthy and those who carry the ancient wealth and nobility of House of the free city of Greyhawk. You even see some members of the Tensor family walking past, just looking down their noses at the rest of the peasantry in their station.
Everybody smile.
And if you're wondering, no, they don't float by; they walk by. And so, as you're all, so that was like all of our like younger 5e players. They have no idea what I just said. I'm teasing, guys. I know you have it in 5e. I'm teasing. All right, so you all now have an opportunity as the folks are dispersing. There's a bit of chaos here. The stage is cleared. What do you do?
Yeah,
Evan,
I'll go.
You can get us backstage.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I think I would like to go with the part of the group that's going to go to her quarters.
Okay, and so you say the part of the group. Is it determined the group is going in 2 separate parts? That's the first thing.
Well, it was suggested. It was
I think
suggested.
I'd want to go to the quarters.
I will just tell you, there is a timing component to all of this.
Well, what if we just all went to the quarters?
I'm not telling. No, I wasn't responding to that specifically. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying in general, there is a timing component to this, as you would expect.
Yeah. Yes, we could do that. I was just throwing out possibilities of where we could go.
Well, let's start with the quarters. Let's see what happens.
How far are the quarters from the opera house?
No, so, sir, no, you misapprehend. I forgive me. No, you never misapprehend. I misspoke. Lady Estrella is afforded apartments here. They're just above the stage. She has a private entrance to the stage, and everything that she requires is provided to her there. She has lived here now for 5 years.
That is where we should go, I believe, gentlemen and lady.
Agreed.
Let's do it.
Let us make haste.
All right. Anyone else doing anything different? Anyone want to go backstage? Anyone going anywhere else?
I'll just stay a little bit of a distance and try to make sure that they see if there's anyone who wants to interfere with what they're up to.
Okay.
hanging back a
He is
little.
a splendid distraction for everyone.
She's going to protect us as we go up. Yeah.
That might not be a bad idea. She has proven to be quite the
Yeah, totally.
formidable adversary here.
We'd probably all be dead by now if she wasn't doing all that.
Okay, so as you make your way up, you go back behind the side of the stage, and you can see in the chaos there are none of the grumpier guards seem to be attendant here. There are some of the normal folks of the opera house, and they all seem loath to disrupt or stand in the way of nobility. As you walk by, it takes the simplest of looks. And these, the normal servants of the opera house, gladly let you pass by. As you make your way up the stairs, soon the sounds of the folks below begins to fade. And again, these are similar to the ones you saw on the balustrade outside. You rich mahogany wood, highly polished. The ceilings here, more similar to what you saw in the foyer, not like the back area. Everything is richly appointed, and you can smell the scent of incense that seems to be coming from above. You can hear the distant crackle of a fire as you make your way up, and in moments you find yourself at a door, and the door is actually, interestingly, ajar. It is open, and there is a single attendant there. He looks up at you and says, "Yes, can I help you? What do you need?"
We seek audience with the diva.
I'm sure everyone does. No, I'm sorry, that's not possible. She always needs her rest after the performances, I'm sure. How did you get up here anyway?
I could ask you the same thing.
You could,
but should I?
He's looking at you. Are you in jest? He's not quite sure what to make of you. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. 491. Really? Yeah. Hangry guards are the worst. No, the door. It's a door. It's not a jar. It is a jar as a door. This is my job, sir. I'm here to guard the Lady Estrella and her rest. Oh, guard's too strong a word. Obviously, I'm not really equipped. I'm just here to make sure that she has a rest. Can you please leave? How did you get up here?
We have a question. What is your name, sir?
I'm Jameis. Why?
Does anybody know what her real servant's name is?
That would be highly unlikely, but let me have everyone roll d20, please. Tell me what your natural roll is.
13 for Blackthorn.
Okay.
3.
Tim got
Awen.
Oh, Awen.
A strong, solid 9.
Okay. So I would say for Awen and Sir Didymus, for different reasons. Sir Didymus, you have attended the play many times and have had a bit of a fascination with Lady Estrella. You've always been interested in making audience with her, but never really had the opportunity to do so. And you have, on a couple of occasions, actually tried to sweet talk her attendant. In fact, it is at this point that he begins to eye you a bit as though he recognizes you. You, Lady Awen, on the contrary, while you've never been to a play here, you have admired the strength and power of this woman that seems to hold the entire city in her thrall, and you have done a little bit of study on her, and you both know that this would in fact be her attendant.
Well, sir, this is my friend, Haven, and she was so interested in meeting your mistress. I could not say no. Could you?
I'm sorry, sir. It's simply not possible. I would, as he's saying this, you hear less of voice and more a tinkling sound, as though the gods have graced you with a voice that is the symphony of angels, and I will make no attempt to reproduce. And you hear Estrella, Jameis, please let them in. They seem delightful. He looks shocked, as though this is highly unusual, and you see appearing over his shoulder the same woman from the stage, a thin sheen of sweat on her brow. She's already changed into a dark red
dress that plunges quite generously, and she is absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. As she ushers you in, Lady Awen, kind of at the back of the group. Lady Awen, do you wish to come in, or do you wish to, wait in the doorway, or what is your intent?
I would love to come in and meet the wonderful, famous, awesome, biggest talent in the city.
Okay. As you all walk in, you see that she is indeed afforded extremely fine accommodations. These apartments are, sizable. You see,
Awen never heard rumors about her that she is very kind of curious, to say the least, to at least see if there might be something to them.
Okay. Absolutely. And as you walk in, the rumors are clearly true. Her apartments are meticulously appointed. You see an interesting assortment of various clockwork items that sit on shelves. There are incenses which burn, spices and exotic scents in the air.
Awen makes sure that she stands in the middle of the room, so she doesn't appear that she wants to steal anything or close to anything valuable. She wants to appear that she's really in awe of it, and she's in the middle of things, well away of any valuables and stuff like that. So she wants to show that she has no ill intentions, so to speak.
All right, well said. The rest of you, as you walk in, you see that she is lounging near one of two 10-foot couches that are appointed with plush cushions. There is stone and woodwork all around. There is no telling how much money has been spent by the Royal Opera to provide her these accommodations. There's a large fireplace that sits some 40 feet down the hall, crackling already with logs, adding the smoky scent to the incense in the room. The glow of candlelight reflects off of the walls everywhere, tapestries that abound, works of art, but none of them command your attention. It is Lady Estrella which holds your rapt view. As you're all walking in, who's going in sort of what order? Is anyone approaching her? We know what Awen's doing. She's kind of standing in the middle of the room, hands, cautiously close to her sides. What's everyone else doing?
Pick me. That's what he's doing. With charm and style, but he's like,
I will address her. I say, my lady Australia, you may know my good aunt, whose name I can't recall at the second, Lady Alondra.
Yes, Lady Alondra Samara.
Yes, you may know my good aunt, the Lady Alondra Samara. I pass along her regards.
She gives you a smile. As her eyes lock on yours, you feel as though you've been graced with a gift. Just the smile, it melts your heart. You've never felt someone with a presence like this. Aren't you just a delightful man? I do indeed know the Lady Alondra. She is a notable person with great talents. I admire them. Please give her my regards. She surveys the room. And so if you're looking at your Tailspire screen here, let me help everybody in the chat as well. So here we have Sir Didymus looking ever the gorgeous. Look at that. He's got his, and you've noticed him doing this throughout the evening. He carries this baton, almost like a conductor's baton, but with it he seems to want to motion life and make it bend to his will. Here we have the highborn and noble Dolan. He stands, unfortunately, having to leave his ceremonial armor behind, but he does have his glorious and gilded hammer at his side. Here we have the absolutely stunning and deadly Lady Awen, who stands both capable and observant as she looks around the room. Here we have Doxel with his red eyes and strange demeanor and incredible voice acting. And here we have Blackthorn. Brutus. Oh no, I got this backwards. So this is Brutus.
Brutus.
Yeah, this is Brutus. This is Doxel. I had that backwards. This is Doxel.
No, that's no.
I'm sorry.
Doxel has the hammer.
Yes, right. Got that backwards. All right. And so you all stand around, and here is Lady Alondra. As she smiles at you, she then cuts her eyes over to Awen. Aren't you delightful?
Thank you.
You're quite lovely. She walks over, and she traces a finger along your jaw. An absolute beauty. Oh.
Awen start realize this is adventure. This evening is getting better and better. It started kind of with an adventure and so on, but now it's getting towards new heights. So she looks really like, we're going to have some fun here. So yeah, she looks very pleased, so to speak, and entertained. Yeah.
As this look gets on your face, as she trails the finger away, she says, "Such beauty. But oh my. You keep secrets, don't you? Oh, lovely secrets. I like secrets. That makes depth, don't you think? A person, often their character can be defined by their secrets."
Definitely.
Thank you for attending me this evening. To what do I owe this pleasure? She looks over at Sir Didymus. You, sir, fine cut gentleman.
Why, thank you, my lady, for noticing. It is very kind of you to condescend to one such as myself.
Oh, and manners, too. She
we
kind
are
of
here on great import, my lady.
As you're talking, she walks over, she smiles, and as I say she walks, you now notice she literally glides across the floor. She comes over to a decanter and she starts pouring brandy.
Let me ask you this question first, my lady. Where does this wine come from? For this is one of the reasons we fear we've been asked to come here by none other than his great aunt. Whose name I forgot.
Where does it? This is my private stock, and sir, this is not wine. This is brandy. I thought you were a man of distinction. Can you not see by its color?
Awen looks like she's in the wrong company right now. And I was like, yeah. Disappointed in Sir Didymus.
My panic led me astray, ma'am. We have found something that looks like it's been tampered with. My great associates, we wouldn't want a scandal or something terrible to happen with tainted beverages being served to those people here.
Tainted beverages?
I fear it may be so. We have it on good authority from our doctor here.
Might they get one besotted overly quickly? Perhaps succumb to lascivious pleasures?
Doctor?
The potent potable that we found, shall we say, had something in it that would make it quite easy that once imbibed that someone would be able to cart you away without against your will.
As she walks, she looks in your eyes.
Move.
Oh, it is awful to have things against your will. Something has been taken from you against your will, hasn't it?
It is a fact of life that many will face.
She nods. I'm sorry for your loss. She hands you a glass of brandy as she takes a sip from her own.
I say.
I quickly sniff it before imbibing any.
Yeah, she pours all of you glasses. It seems like just good brandy.
Then he will partake as well.
Okay. All right. Anyone else doing anything?
Awen takes it delightfully and nods in submissive admiration, so to speak, and then sips it.
And it's got a very just fragrant flavor, a pleasant burn, not overly strong in terms of the flavor itself, the burn, but as it hits, you can tell it's a good, strong liquor. And she smiles at each of you as you drink. And she sits down on the divan sitting next to her, and she says, "Now, tell me more about this. What is the concern?"
we have discovered some tainted bottles, and we have removed them from their hiding place so that they cannot be used for ill.
Oh, well, wonderful. Then it would seem, my fair wanderer, you have dealt with things, have you not?
There was a lot of new staff here as well, so that we're a little bit concerned of the changeover.
Ah, yes, I've noticed some of them. They don't seem very proper. Maybe we should do something about them.
Indeed.
What would you do?
Well, with your authority, I would have them arrested by the City Watch.
Oh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
For impersonating good staff.
Are they... So they weren't hired by Lord Walthrop? Oh, that's scandalous.
We have not yet had a chance to speak to Lord Walthrop.
Well, he's not hard to find. He's in the offices, but honestly, he's a boring man, not like all of you. I would like to know, if you don't mind me asking.
There's a knock at the door.
Can't you see we're busy? See who that is.
Phipps walks to the door. He comes back over.
Sir, it seems that there are some flowers being delivered to Lady Estrella. An admirer, it would seem.
Well, I dare say put them in the drawing room. She'll review them later.
Just so, sir. I shall tell him.
He walks back over to the door. Anyone else doing anything?
Can I see?
Where's the door in relation to where we are in the room here?
Yeah, okay, so let me pull this back up for the audience to see. So I have kind of taken liberties on the way you guys have been describing what you were doing. I have Brungal. I have Dolan and Sir Didymus and Eowyn here, and I have the other three standing behind. So the door is right here. And there's a gentleman standing there, and he's got a hood, and he's got some flowers as Phipps walks up to him.
He cannot be trusted. He has a hood on. Remove your hood in a lady's presence.
Can Doxel see the flowers from here, from where he is standing?
Yes, he can.
Can I identify what kind of flowers they are?
Go ahead.
What kind of plants?
Roll D20 and tell me where that falls in relation to your intelligence.
Okay.
All right, everybody, we're going to do our first giveaway here. If you haven't yet, type hashtag BlueBoxRPG, all one word in the chat. We're going to do our first of two giveaways tonight. And that's going to be a $10 gift card to the Blue Box website, the merch store, where you can get mugs and all kinds of cool stuff, shirts, polos, tote bags, phone cases, and anything that goes through there. Profit goes straight to St. Jude. We don't make a single dollar off of that merch store. That's not what it's for. And we'll give that away in just a moment. All right, what was your roll?
I rolled exactly my intelligence score.
You rolled exactly your intelligence. As you look at them, you can see they look like they are white lilies.
Okay. So it doesn't look like anything too deleterious there.
Is that
He
appropriate?
mumbles to himself.
It's quite all right. Yes, I'll see them later. It's not necessary.
As she says this, the man holding the flowers arches a brow, and for the first time, his voice comes through. It sounds slightly different.
Well then, we'll do this the hard way, won't we, my brother?
And with that, he drops the flowers, and he's holding a wand. The wand, in this surprise round, discharges, and as it does so, you see a bolt of electricity, lightning, strikes Phipps square in the chest. throws him back. His head smacks the wall. And with that, we're going to roll initiative, my friends, and it's party initiative. We're going to start, well, since it's your servant that just got flambéed, we're going to allow you to roll for initiative. Tim?
Sir, I am rather put out. I have rolled a 1.
You have rolled a 1 on initiative. All right, so if you're not familiar with this, we're rolling, this is, same thing we do normally on Blue Box, the 2E style stuff, and this is going to be group initiative. I'm going to roll a D6 against the party. Everyone, please let me know if the audio levels are good. Want to make sure that nothing sounds too loud for you there in the audience. And I'm going to roll for my initiative, and I have a 3, so they have the jump. And as I say they, you see another man steps from behind. And so the first one, now that you get a good look at him, he's robed. He's got a robe that was covering his head, the hood. It's dark. He holds a staff. There's another man that steps up behind him, and he's wielding a pair of blades, and he crouches down in a low stance. He's wearing what looks like dark leather garments. And they both immediately fill the doorway as Phipps slams against the far wall. He hits the wall. He slides down. The back of his head leaves a trail of blood down the wall, and the man steps into the room. As he does so, dropping all further charade, you can see he is quite intimidating. Whoops, what was that? And he has with him a staff, and he has the robe that he's wearing, and he begins reaching inside of his robes for something else. He steps in the middle of the room. The second man darts forward, blades in hands, and lunges at Dolan's back. And it's not a surprise round here, so we're not going to let him get a flank attack on you. Dolan, you would have turned, but we're going to begin with the spell casting. So the first one, as the taller man, he's a half-elf, you see. As his cowl falls back, you see the scowl of dark features. He motions his hands, and as he does so, you see missiles fly forth from his hands, and those strike toward... those go straight toward you, Brutus. As he steps through the door, he quickly sizes you up as a physical threat. And you take...
The advantage of being foppish.
3 missiles strike you. You take 13 points of damage as they sizzle into your chest. And... the second man comes up to you, Dolan, and a flash of a pair of blades. Remind me of your armor class, sir.
It is 6 now with the chainmail.
Okay. All right. A long sword does connect. He slashes, opens up a cut right across your thigh. You take from this a total of 7 points of damage. He swings with a dagger on a second attack. It catches in your chainmail, doing no damage. Now we go to the party. Let's start with those who are engaged first. Dolan, you're standing right there. You've got your hammer out. What are you going to do?
Well, Dolan Maxwell is going to take his silver glyphed hammer and try and bring it down upon his head.
Okay, roll to hit.
Ooh, rolled a 10 plus 2.
Okay, so it's a 12, and your Thaco is?
16.
Yeah, okay. So, for those of you that don't know, we're playing 2E here. Thaco is to hit armor class 0. Just one of our really fun returns to old school D&D. Actually, not something that most of us want to use anymore. In the old games, armor class was in descending order. So you start with 10, and you can get down to 0, or you get into negative. So a negative armor class is really, really good in the older editions. Mm-hmm. This is part of the mechanic that everything got flipped upside down when we went to
proper
version 3.
editions.
in the proper in version 3. And honestly, I do like the older editions, but this is one of the silliest rules. This whole Thaco thing in Descending Armor class, it got much better in newer editions. But it is still fun. Yes, I know. Me too. So this is the ossified Grognards. All of us played the game in the 70s or the 80s. So all of us have played this in some manner or another. You swing your hammer, and it is with a deftness. This figure still tough to make out. He's got a mask over his face. He dodges a shoulder. Your hammer catches nothing. Let's go to you now. You have the highest dex in the group. Lady Awen, you're just a couple of feet away. Tell me what you would like to do.
I will just step over towards Estrella, and my lady, let me stay here and protect you.
Okay, as you step toward Estrella, it is not lost on you that she seems utterly unperturbed. She smiles, actually, as though she is now attending a play of her own. And as you walk over, she says, oh, yes, protect me. Isn't this wonderful? I mean, frightening. Yes, Lady Awen, I will take your aid. They look so strong. As you stand in front of her, you have your blades out. Now we go to you, Sir Didymus.
Yes, I draw my sword and buckler.
Okay.
My masterwork, totally matching my outfit buckler. And I say, come now, you unable worms. Now you shall die.
Okay, remember all of your bonuses. So the count is you have 6, Sir Didymus. I have 4 as the DM. Brutus has 6. Everyone else has 4.
Are you talking about hero?
The plus ones, yes. You have those plus ones.
Can I use them every single round continuously from the rest of the game?
You could use +1 each round for 4 rounds.
No, it's good I didn't. I rolled a 3.
Okay. As you swing,
next round's a 2 attack round.
Okay. As you swing, you see the same thing. This figure that's standing right before you ducks Dolan's hammer, spins away from yours, is now chest to chest with you. Now let's come to you, Doxel, the mage or whatever he is. I don't want to presume to tell you what he is. You know he's cast a spell so far, but
Yes.
He stands right in front of you. What do you do?
His staff is wooden, I take it?
Correct.
I am going to cast Warp Wood to try to make his staff inoperable.
Okay. So, hold on here.
In your
Page 264.
face, Madge.
All right, as you cast your spell, you concentrate on the wood of his staff. Your burning stare into it. You're within 10 yards, so there's no problem. And this is basic wood. There is no magic to this. There is no saving throw that happens for this in 2E. So the wood does in his hand crinkle and bend, and you hear him curse an explication from his lips, and he tosses the wooden staff to the ground. It clatters away from him. You, Lord Brutus, what are you doing?
I'm regaining my composure after getting nailed in the chest 3 times, drawing my longsword and advancing.
Okay, so
I do have
closest
a
to you is
tactical question for you.
okay. Go ahead.
I'm specialized with the longsword. It says I get 3 attacks every 2 rounds. I'm not sure how you track.
So what that means is this round you get 1 attack, and just like Sir Didymus was saying, next round you'll get 2. So you just alternate 1, 2, 1, 2.
Perfect. All right. Can I reach the magic user? I guess he's the closest person.
Yeah, he's like 5. It's a quick step for you. You're right there.
All right, then I will approach him with sword drawn and give my best shot.
All right, last chance to type #BlueBoxRPG for the first giveaway. And right after Brutus is done with his attack, we will go ahead and roll that giveaway. What was your roll?
It's not very good. It's an 8 with all my pluses and my.
Okay, as you swing, you feel like you should have made contact. His robes don't look very sturdy, but you feel a magical barrier interferes with your blade as you swing it down, rebuffs your attempt on the attack, and it does no good.
Okay.
Let's go to you now, Blackthorn.
I am going to cast Spiritual Weapon. and I'm going to attack the mage with, or the spellcaster with it.
Okay. All right. So this round, you cast your weapon. I believe spiritual weapon will not give you an attack this round, correct? The attacks begin next round. Is that the same in 2E, Tim?
It is.
I think it's the same round.
Casting time is 5 segments.
Right. So that puts you in the middle of a round, which is what we've just done. But what is the, here, I'll pull it up. Spiritual weapon.
I think it's the same round.
I think
if he's within range.
I think you're probably, yeah, he's definitely within range, and I think you're probably right. But let me just double check this. Casting time, no saving throw, spiritual weapon, regardless, duration of 1 round per level. Yeah, so it's going to be, it's going to get its attack this round. So go ahead and roll to hit with your spiritual weapon. You're just a few feet away.
Okay. Ooh, I rolled a 3. The weapon gets a +1.
Wow, you guys are on fire.
We're rusty. We're getting warmed up.
We might have the TPK coming.
I haven't played AD&D in 30 years.
And what, your dice know that?
It's all Jay's fault. I got these dice from Jay.
Oh, well, Titan dice are generally good, but if they've been touched by Jay, they are accursed. All right, so that concludes everyone in the party. You've done something this round. And now we go to initiative. DM has a 3 on the die. We're going to rotate, so this time it goes to you, Doxel. If you win initiative, you get to keep rolling. If you lose initiative, we go to the next person in line.
D20 or D10?
D6. You're rolling a D6.
D6.
I have a 3.
Even better. Okay.
Thank you, Mad Chatterers. Here we go.
4.
You have a 4. All right, so the party will have initiative this round after initially being surprised, or not surprised, but caught off guard. And the winner of the $10 gift card is Mikey B.
Yay,
Let's go, my friend. Congratulations. That is well-deserved, always supportive viewer, and congratulations on that. I'm going to go ahead and refresh, and we'll get ready to kick off the next giveaway. It'll be, let me get this in the chat here. Okay, again, hashtag BlueBoxRPG in the chat. Type it. Let me make sure it's working. If I could have somebody type hashtag BlueBoxRPG in the chat. All right, there we go. And yes, indeed, it is working. All right, so this is for the Scarlet Brotherhood. The grand prize tonight, this Scarlet Brotherhood guide. Gorgeous full-color lightning source reprint of Jay's second favorite module. And, whoops, I pulled that up in the wrong view there. All right. With that said, now we begin again this next round, and we're going to go with Sir Didymus first this time. You have a light weapon. You're directly engaged with your combatant. Sir Didymus, what do?
I attack twice this round.
Okay.
But first I say, Doxel, well done. You made his hardwood limp. Natural 20.
Whoa!
Oh my.
What?
And a 4.
All right, on that night 20, I need you to roll again. So this is how we do it Blue Box style. You're going to confirm. If that is a confirmation, you're going to roll on your own crit tables, Tim.
I think you can have it on my word that I'm definitely confirmed.
Go ahead. Now, you could use your +1s here. This might be a good time
I rolled a 17.
Okay, we have our first crit of the evening. So, hey, thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the subs. Now you're going to roll percentile dice, Tim. For those of you that haven't seen it yet, I have a couple different crit tables.
I did forget to say one thing.
Uh-huh.
And that is I was trying to stab him. I was trying to use the point on the sword this
all right,
round.
so you're
I didn't
piercing.
Say it, so
okay. All right, piercing damage. Roll percentile dice, please.
You felt like stabbing him. 22.
22. All right, that's going to be straight double damage then. So as you swing, you do feel the armor, this leather armor has the parts beneath your blade. Roll your base damage, double it, and add your damage modifier.
Okay.
Thank you, Gear. By the way, does anyone know who Gear Colonel is? Gear Colonel actually followed and subbed yesterday when I wasn't even streaming. I noticed it. I don't know if he's a friend of somebody. Thank you very much for that.
He's my brother.
Is it?
He's my brother.
Okay,
Yeah.
I figured it had to be something like that. Hey, thank you so much, Gear Curl. Oh, yeah, Wonders Bro. We appreciate that. Thanks for the follow, thanks for the sub, and thanks for the bits. And I'm assuming that 100 is going to your brother. All right, your second attack, sir. Oh, you missed on the second attack.
I missed. Yeah, I did
All right.
10 total.
All right, you feel your blade bite, bounces off some bone. You feel it connect with ribs, slice across, opens up a good gash, crimson flows. Let's go to you now, Lady Awen.
Finesse.
Lady Awen, you're standing right behind Sir Didymus in front of Lady Alastra, who is, she's absolutely giddy. As she's watching this, she actually has to repress a giggle occasionally. They'll be all right, won't they? They seem like they're very capable. Your friends?
They're capable. We just have to make sure that you're not hurt under any circumstances.
Oh yes, of course. Should I step back? Would I be safer back there, or am I fine here?
One step back, but not too far.
Okay, because I really wish to be able to keep watching. So she takes a step back.
And yeah.
All right, and
Awen kind of smiles at her, and Awen kind of, oh, I enjoy this too. So we can be two giddy girls enjoying this and having fun, so to speak. And then I make sure that I stand in front of her, Estella, so in case he wants to come, he needs to attack me first.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
so you stand and sort of take a guarding position. Anything else that you want to do?
So I prepare an attack, so if something comes out, then I'll try and get a stab at it.
All right, you got it. You've got your ready to attack. All right, let's go to you now, Brutus. You're toe to toe with this mage. You missed him the last time, but you're going to get 2 attacks this round.
All right, I'm going to do +2 on my first roll of my 2 of my bonuses I have.
Thank you, Chatters, for the bonuses.
With all the bonuses, that's a 13.
A 13, okay. Same thing. You feel a magical barrier underneath. You slice another chunk out of his robe. Threads fall to the floor, but you do not draw blood. Your second attack, sir.
All right, another +2 on top of the 2 more bonus points. Oh, natural 20.
Oh, all right. We have our second nat 20. This would be a big one. All right, so roll again to confirm.
25 with the bonuses. 13?
Total?
Oh, no. Do I get to add my, I don't add the bonuses from the...
No, it would just be add your strength bonus to this.
16 with the +1 sword. 16.
That is a crit. Roll your percentile dice.
Alrighty, I'm gonna just roll 2 10s the old-fashioned way here. A 12. Gosh, terrible.
Okay, once again, it's going to be double damage.
And my damage is a D8 +4.
So double that D8, and we're going to come to you next. Sorry, Dolan. We're going to come to you next.
So 6 doubled, 12.
Okay, 12 points of damage. As your blade bites through, you hear him. He lets out this hurt. He's nowhere near as strong and stout as his companion, and he lets out a grimace. As he does so, though, you see he's clutching something in his hand, his offhand. We're going to go to you now, Dolan.
Hey, I've got 2 attacks that specialize.
All right, and you have two people in range for you. You can attack the same one you attacked last time, which is the dual-wielding person who is now engaged with Sir Didymus, or you are 1 step from the mage as well, is your option.
I'm going to go after the same guy.
Okay, you close on him. Go ahead and roll to hit.
So, with +2, what is that? Good God, I can't see. 13, 5, so that would be 17.
17. Total of 17. That just misses.
Well, get my next swing. I'm going to use +2 again. Oh, that would definitely miss then.
Okay, you swing twice, and this figure again is extremely nimble. Dodges, steps, dances. Seems more to dance than to fight as it moves around. And now we're going to go to you, Blackthorn.
Okay, I'm going to
Attack with
do
spiritual
another.
weapon again.
Yeah, I'm going to keep attacking with the spiritual weapon. So I've got +1 for the magic, and then I'm going to use 2 of my points.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Ooh. Yeah, my total is 7.
7. Your spiritual weapon swings down and encounters that same magical barrier. It does no damage. Doxel.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Doxel will, after seeing that he's taken his staff out, he's going to pull out the Holy Hammer of Habakkuk and take a swing.
Okay, roll to hit.
I'm going to use a +1 on this.
Okay.
That'll be 13.
A total of 13. I'm looking at your Thaco here. Hang on.
Thaco is 18.
Yeah. Yeah, that does not hit. You swing, and again, that magical barrier intercedes. And there are a couple things that happen simultaneous now. First of all, the mage, again, begins moving his fingers and uttering. Even as he's holding, you see now it's a pair of manacles that he has in his hands. There's a chain with a pair of cuffs on either side that he has in his offhand as he's casting. The second thing you see is shimmering from out of nowhere. There appears a third man standing by the plants behind the blackthorn here. And as he materializes, you see he is also a half-elf and bears almost identical resemblance to the man standing in the doorway. Brother, it seems you are in need of some aid. And he becomes visible. You see him slipping a ring off his finger, tucks it into his cloak, and lunges toward the blackthorn. The mage releases his spell, and this is going to go toward, will be equal parts here. Oh, you, Sir Didymus. You see an arrow of acid juts forth from his hand, dripping bits of acidic caustic substance to the ground as it flies towards you. And hold on here, let me pull up.
Miss.
We're gonna make a roll. Whoops. Let's see it. Thunk. The arrow strikes. You feel the acid immediately begins burning, and you take from this 2. Not too bad. You take 4 points of acid damage, but you feel that burn continue. It more than the physical damage. What it does to your doublet and your blended leather armor is absolutely abhorrent.
My skin will grow back. Damn you, this was a new outfit.
The other one standing, now he has the dual wielder has both Dolan and Sir Didymus next to him, and he turns toward Dolan as you are swinging at him, and he attacks twice. That is a miss. His first blow bounces, his longsword bounces off of your armor, but the dagger slips through a joint, a seam, right beneath your gorget, and does 4 points of damage as he slips the dagger in right here, catches you just beneath the clavicle, drives it home into the muscle. You feel warm blood seeping down the front of your chest, and this guy made his appearance and his soliloquy this round, so he won't get an attack this round. Now we're going to go to the party. Lady Eowyn, again, are you just holding your action?
I take up my longsword in one hand and the dagger in the other hand. And she takes up the dagger and kind of licks it once and say, "You've been a trusted companion before. Now we have the chance again. So let's see if we can taste some blood."
You hear Estrella, she giggles in delight. "Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful. Be careful, do be careful." So you step forward to attack?
Always. Yep.
All right, roll to hit.
17.
On the die?
First attack. Yep.
That's a hit.
On the die. Yep. And then with the dagger, dagger only 12 with the dagger. So yep.
No, okay, so 1 hit, roll damage.
Yep. That's a D8 for the longsword. That is 5 on the die. Yep.
Okay, he's already bleeding. You slip your blade in, and as you do so, you catch him. Sir Didymus got him in the ribs. You catch him right in the thigh.
Do I catch him off guard, perhaps?
You're not exactly flanking.
No, I'm just trying
What about
to
her
drag
bleeding?
whatever.
However, now with 3 of you engaging, which is the maximum that can engage, all of you are getting a +1 on your attacks here. You effectively have this character surrounded. So all future attacks, you need to add a +1 in addition to anything you want to add from the Mad Chatters. For the Mad Chatters, if you haven't yet, yes, we're going a little bit longer tonight. We're giving away this gorgeous Scarlet Brotherhood book, Lightning Source reprint, great full color module, a great supplement. Can be put in any world, but really is designed for the Flyness. And with that, now we go to you, Sir Didymus.
I thought I had 6 points. But anyway, yes, I'm going to attack.
Yeah, Sir Didymus, you had 6. Did you use 2?
I didn't use any. I didn't.
Well, then you still have 6.
All right, and then I'm going to use 2 to do my attack. Nah, I rolled a 7.
Wow, not your night on the die. You swing to no effect. Your own.
I'm occupying him.
The burning in your own chest is somewhat distracting. Dolan.
I get 1 attack. I'll swing at the same guy again.
Okay.
Oh Lord, I don't hit.
What'd you roll?
6.
Okay. If you roll 1s, I need to know that too, because we do have fumbles in this game.
Okay.
All right, you swing to no effect. You, Blackthorn, you hear a sound. You smell the fetid breath upon your neck as the man slides up from behind you. He has a blade in one hand, but you already see his other hand is moving as though it also is making an incantation.
I'll spin around and hit him with the spiritual hammer.
Roll to hit.
Spiritual weapon. I'm gonna
So you have your spiritual weapon slide away from the mage and toward this guy. That's about 10 feet, so there's no problem with that. It can traverse that distance and still attack. Go ahead and roll to hit.
I'm gonna use my last 2 +1s, and there's a +1 for the magic of the weapon, so that's 3, and the total is 12.
Wow, you guys are hot with the dice tonight. He casually bats your spiritual weapon away and sneers. Child's play. Let's go to you, Brutus.
Alrighty. Well, I'm back to the single attack on here. That mage is gonna smack him down pretty good here. I'll use another +1 from the chat.
Okay.
And I will miss. I rolled a natural 4, so
Golly, you guys suck! Is this how you roll dice? If you rolled dice like this as kids when you first started playing D&D, you would have quit by now.
Why do you think I started playing Star Trek at Gamma World when I was in college?
That's funny. All right.
We started DMing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we all started DMing, right? All right, Doxel.
All right. He will take another swing with the hammer of Habakkuk here.
Roll to hit.
He'll use one of his +1s. And that will be a 17.
A 17. And your Thaco was a
18.
18. That's what I thought. That hits.
Alrighty. And he rolls 5 points of damage.
Ouch. Boom! Your hammer slams home. You feel a crunch in one shoulder. He grunts. The chains in his hand clatter as he's a bit shaken. And that concludes everyone in the party. So, did I miss anyone? No. All right, so now we go to them. the mage, feeling that crunch, he is going to address what's right in front of him. He turns to you, Doxel, and he utters a word. And you feel the power of somnolence come upon you, and unfortunately, this is 2E. Sleep in second edition has no saving throw. Good for up to a certain number of hit dice. If focused on one individual, it will cover a 5th level character. You.
0 to 1 5th level character, right?
Correct.
So it could be 0.
Right. But it's not. So a very interesting part. If you don't know the old 2E rules, this is where things weren't so what I call nerfed, and I do like this rule. A sleep spell from a mage was a very powerful spell. Had no saving throw. Now had a hit.
Who is it on?
What's that?
Who is it on?
It's on Doxel.
Doxel's an elf, right?
Or no, he's a human. You're a human, right?
No, I'm elf.
Oh, you're elf.
He's
then he wouldn't have cast
resistant.
it. Yeah, no, he wouldn't have cast it then. He would know that. I thought he was human, as would my guy.
No.
Yeah, so then he would not No, he would know. He definitely knows. Yeah, so elves and half-elves have sleep immunity in 2E,
Right.
so they're not subject to those spells. So he would not have cast it at you. I thought for some reason DM got confused, thought you were human.
No worries.
So then, unfortunately, Brutus, you, my friend,
Yes.
are a human. So he releases it on you, and you suddenly feel this. Exactly, you got it. Oh, I'm sorry, your brother is. It's as though those couches, so lovely are they, and you just kind of lay over on your side.
40 winks here. Yeah.
Luckily, it's easy to wake you up.
and you fall asleep. The mage, or the other one standing in front of you that has a blade in one hand and is gesticulating with the other hand, he releases, he holds a diamond up in his hand. As he blows on the diamond, you see a scintillating orb that forms from his hand and glows right in front of your eyes. I need you to make a saving throw versus spells.
Is it a chromatic orb?
It is.
He has to roll to hit, though, right?
He does, but then he has to make a saving throw. So I'm going to have him make that roll while I'm queuing up my music, Tim, but I do appreciate that help. And then I'm going to make my...
I'm just trying to, find little ways to not get hit.
No, you are absolutely doing the right thing, as well you should. My music went dead here, so okay. All right. Yeah, well, 15 on the die. That definitely would have hit anyway. What is your save? Sorry?
I also rolled a 15.
All right, and your save versus spells?
I also rolled a 15.
Your save versus spells on your
10.
character sheet is what?
10.
10. All right, so again, if you don't know the 2E rules, very fun. There is a saving throw category that is based on the type of save you're making, and it's not in the sense of reflex, fortitude, will. It's save versus spells, save versus breath weapons, save versus rods, staves, and wands, save versus poison or death magic. And these all have specific numbers that you have to roll. And you, my friend, managed to resist as this coruscating color of light goes in front of your eyes. You feel it begin to try to control your mind, but through force of will, you yank your attention away from it. And now we go with the remaining figure. He is bent on Dolan. Attacks twice more. That's another 15 on the die. That's a hit. That is a miss. Dolan, the longsword slashes in. Ouch! 9 points of damage. He rends your... You are absolutely disgusted with this thin chain armor you have been forced to wear here, longing for your ceremonial family plate, and this is offering you little protection. You are now bleeding from multiple wounds, and we go back to the party. Let's start again with you, Lady Awen. You're wielding a quick weapon. We're going to go to you, and then Sir Didymus, and then Dolan, and then we'll resolve Doxel and Blackthorn last, as Brutus slumbers away peacefully.
Okay, so I attack with my sword and my dagger, and The sword is a 6, so that's a miss. But my dagger is 20, natural 20.
Woo! Our third nat 20 of the game. All right, so
Tasted blood today.
yes, and you've already licked that sucker. It's blessed. Roll a second time. I need to know what your second roll is to confirm that crit. You can use your bonuses. Do you still have any? Let me see. You should, because you haven't been attacking. You, Lady A,
I use whatever bonus I have.
you have 4, so you can add 4 to your roll.
I rolled a net 19 on the die.
Oh, okay. So in the blue box rules, this means not only have you confirmed the crit, because you have on the confirmation roll, if you roll a nat
But
20.
I spend all the points anyways.
Yeah, you already spent. Yeah, you burn them anyway. But if you roll a nat 20 on the confirmation roll, which is 2 20s in a row, that's a 1 in 400 odd, you automatically get plus 20% to your percentile roll. If you roll a nat 19 on the confirmation roll, which you have just done, you get plus 10%. So roll your percentile dice and add 10, please.
Roll high.
10%. And
Nasty.
that is an 80. So 90.
A
then.
90!
Yep.
Ooh, that is a level 13 piercing crit to the head. Let's see what this says on my tables. Boom. Lady Awen, even as you've watched your compatriots, you watched, how many rounds did Dolan swing? I think he connected one time, lots of whiffs, Sir Didymus struggling. You step forward, bang, bang, on your second tag. Your weapon slices through, I'm going to read you the description here. Your weapon slices through your opponent's lower jaw, breaking several teeth as well as a portion of the tongue. Loss of blood is significant. He has to make an immediate save or fall unconscious, or make another, and that also depends on the hit point damage, which will be multiplied. And let me make a roll here. All right, Anna. As you step forward, you slide. He's really facing Dolan. He has more or less ignored you in this, and you slip your dagger straight. I want you to tell me what it looks like.
Well, I cut him through his throat. I don't want to hear his stupid lies or stupidities anymore. I want to basically cut his head off.
Okay, so we'll say that's aspirational with a dagger.
I want to see blood, so to speak. I want to see lots of blood and make sure that he doesn't do much damage after this.
Lady Awen, you slam your dagger. You feel the crush and breakage of his teeth. And then, even as his screams begin to gurgle, you, with disdain for the sound of his painful cries, you slice your blade down. You feel it sever through the jaw into the jugular, opens up the jugular, severs the voice box, stills his cry. Only the gurgling of his blood is heard as his body slumps to the ground dead. You hear Alastair from behind. Oh! Bravo! Bravo! Bravo, Lady Awen! Wondrous! Wonderful! Dolan.
Thank you, my lady. And I whisper to her that my services are at your disposal. As needed.
And prodigious and quite potent they are. I am glad to have your services. Absolutely wondrous. Dolan, you watch your enemy fall before you. What do you do now?
I swear to Silverbeard and turn towards the mage. I believe that's a mage.
Yes. Well, he's more than a mage, but mage is at least part of what he is.
But
all right, you turn toward him.
And I'm going to use 2 attacks. I don't have any bonuses, so 17 with the pluses.
Okay. That hits.
Excellent.
Roll your damage.
2. So 5 damage.
Okay. 5 more points of damage. He staggers back, bleeding badly. No. Brother, aid me. Doxel.
I got one more swing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Roll your. I didn't swing. Go ahead. Roll your second swing.
16, so that'd be 18.
Oof. That's a hit.
And another 5 damage.
Wow.
bang, bang. You see he is hanging by a thread. Blood is streaming down his body. He drops the manacles he's holding, fumbling with his robes. Doxel, what do you do?
Doxel sees Brutus go down. He kind of hasn't, being a person of the arcane arts a bit, he realizes what happens. He reaches and he just does a hard backward heel kick and say, Brutus, wake up! We need to wake up!
Funk. Brutus, you are unkindly, viciously pulled from the most wondrous dream. Somehow your subconscious had planted you squarely in the boudoir of Lady Estrella, and you were so close, and then you hear the nasal voice of Doxel and feel his heel in your ribs, and it's all you can do not to swing at him with your own weapon as you're stirred from this wondrous dream.
That sounds about right. Who the hell? Why did you let me out now? I quickly realize the situation I'm in and look for my sword
Enjoy
and
the
try to
dream time
regain
later.
my
We
feet.
need your sword now.
Edwin will be jealous.
As long as somebody could put me to sleep after this.
Okay, Blackthorn, that leaves you.
And me.
All right.
Oh, yes, sir, Didymus.
What's that?
Sorry, I was talking to Tim. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with the spiritual hammer again.
All right, roll to hit. This weapon, which has been somewhat ineffective to this point, you're still,
Gula, kembali, 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 gula.
you're still hoping for the blessings of the gods.
A total of 14.
Oh my gosh. No, again, with disdain, he flicks his blade. Get this thing away from me. You're wasting my time, fool. And with that, with the remaining strength he has, the mage, with a trembling hand, points that wand squarely at Dolan.
Don't I get to go?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I forgot about you. Go ahead, Sir Didymus.
Now,
Sorry, my bad.
am I able to take a great step forward and lunge at the guy?
So we're going to say you got a couple things happening here. You got Dolan swinging his hammer. You've got this guy falling right in front of you in a pool of blood. So
Right.
you're going to need, if you're going to want to do that, you're going to need to make a dex check, and there is a possibility you will be putting yourself in the way of a hammer swing. You know, you're moving right into this dwarf as he's flailing away.
That mage burned my clothing.
Never mind what he did to Phip, right? I mean, he's completely forgot about his manservant that's been fricasseed on the wall. It's his clothing.
It's just
Yep.
just delayed. It's the first stage in grief.
How dare he?
Okay. All right. So So I need you to make a dex check.
All right, my dex is 15.
This is going to be at a -2. So I need a.
I rolled a 3.
All right. You managed to step over, and that would not take. That's only about 7 feet of movement. So you still have a full attack.
I'm gonna do a lunge and try to stab him and skewer him.
All right. And this is your 1 attack round, correct?
Correct.
All right. Roll to hit, sir.
Do I want to use them? I want to save. Yeah, I can use those points on damage, right?
Correct.
Natural 20, legit.
I would
Legit.
never question otherwise. Please roll a second time. That's the fourth. After I should not have mocked your dice. All of you old school, all of you ossified grognards, you know how to bring the dice when you need it. Well done.
Natural 17.
That is a crit. Roll percentile dice. This is the
Hopefully I
third
get-
crit in this combat. You guys
I
have
need a
turned it
better one than
around.
last time. Come on.
Rope-a-dope. That's right, Chris. Exactly.
44.
44 on the die, and you were lunging here, so this is going to be piercing again.
Finesse.
Hold on here. And so we're going to go 44 is going to take us to a...
I hope I stab him in the mouth.
You would have liked that, but I'm afraid you are not quite as cool as Awen. All right, so as you lunge forward, you slip your blade into his
shoulder. You feel it slam against his collarbone. Nyx slides down. He drops the wand that he was holding, but more importantly, you're going to roll triple damage. So roll.
And I'm adding my 4 hero points.
Okay. Now you will roll. You will add that to the end, not to what gets tripled.
Right. I don't add anything before I.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah, you triple the natural roll, and then you add.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, I just been rolling. Like I was going to roll 3 dice.
I typically roll 1 and triple it, but if it can work out either way. So if you prefer to roll 3 dice, go ahead.
Well, I mean, statistically, it's better for me to roll 1. It's a linear displacement.
You're going to get a better average, but you'll have a better chance of getting a max if you roll. So it's either way. I mean. So which do you choose?
I'll roll 1.
All right, roll. Tim and I geeking out here on the dice statistics.
All right, I rolled a 3, so that's 9 plus 3 normal,
and plus 4,
12.
So
plus 4, 17.
So Didymus, tell me how it goes.
I do Allah, just like my fencing master showed me, and I stick the sword in thusly, and it kind of comes through his deltoid, up out of his deltoid, and cuts part of his ear off as I withdraw it. And then I flick blood at him and I say, "There's your garments, you bastard." That's right.
Thunk. He falls to the ground, and in this poetic fashion, the white orchids are scattered around his form as he hits the ground, his blood mingling with the ivory of the orchid petals. Now we come to you, Blackthorn.
I shall have a mural done of that image later.
The man steps forward, and his blade, it glows briefly, and he slams it toward you. My turn for a nat 20. Okay. I have 4. Let me see here. Is that right? I have 4. I'm going to use those 4 to try to confirm this.
Curse. Gula gula curse.
Your armor class again one more time?
6.
That's a crit. All right, so we're going to roll percentile dice. And... as he steps forward, he slips the blade in, and directly... This is going to be... All right. It slides straight through your chainmail. You feel the chain links part beneath this blade, right in the center of your gut. You feel the blade cold slide in. We would not know this externally, but it slices through your large and small intestines as it goes through your stomach. You feel pain blossoming in your midsection, and were you a microscope inside your body, you would see fecal matter being dispersed all across your innards and into your bloodstream as this deleterium is spread out through your intestines. You feel the pain is... I need you to roll D20, add your wisdom bonus to it. In the meantime... Ooh, gosh, this is a nasty one. You take 34 points of damage as blade swipes it. What's that?
So that's it. That's higher than I am.
So where are you at? So -10 is death, 0 is unconsciousness.
Okay, I started with 27 hit points.
And had you taken any damage yet?
Not yet.
You are at -7, sir. As the blade slides in, pain. Blackthorn, you've been in combat. You have fought many times. You were a veteran, sir. But the pain that blossoms in your innard as this blade invades, going places metal was never intended for the human body to host. You fall to the ground in a blood-curdling scream, and you are bleeding. Now we go to initiative, party. This is kind of an important one here.
Yeah.
Oh, and the DM has a 1. Crap.
Turn is it?
Oh,
Yeah, who's
you
turn?
lost last time, so now we go to Dolan. And you're still up, so you can roll.
I get a 5.
All right, you have initiative, sir. We're going to put Dolan and Brutus first. You are closest to the man. He's standing over, and he's already slid his blade out. And let's see what he decides to do here. You see he is stepping over the body of the Blackthorn, and he starts to run toward this couch as though he is trying to get toward Lady Estrella. And as he's running, though, you have the initiative. We're going to start with you, Dolan.
I'm going to step in the path of his run, and I'm going to take my 1 attack.
All right, roll to hit.
6 plus 2, so 8 total.
No, you miss as he goes by. He tries to evade you. You, though, Lord Brutus, Sir Brutus, you would have the opportunity. Lord Brutus, I'm sorry, I got it right the first time. You would have the opportunity to attack him as well. You move to intersect right as he's reaching that first couch. You see he dodges Dolan. He plants a foot, gets ready to leap. Roll your hit. Now, you're going to be flanking here because you are coming from behind him. He is not paying you any attention, so he gets no dex bonus to this roll, which makes a big difference for him. Roll to hit.
Okay, and I get the double swing. I was up for the double swing right before.
Yes, you were. Yes, you would.
40 winks already. So here's
Matt Chatters, type hashtag BlueBoxRPG in the chat.
And the first
for our second giveaway.
13 plus 3 would be 16.
16 flanking, that hits. It would not have hit otherwise. Roll your second attack.
In the second attack, I'm going to add all 3 of my last points here.
Okay.
And 16. And then
all right. Well, you have just hit twice. Nicely done. Lord Brutus steps forward, slashes once, twice.
All right. First one does 5 points of damage. Second one does 11 points of damage.
Ouch.
His power nap did him good.
Yeah.
Second hit, that was a good one.
Ah! You hear he lets out a cry. He's going to have to make a dex check at a serious decrement, taking those below. Oh, gosh, that is not good. Even as he's leaping up, he dodges Dolan's blow, but you hammer him twice across the back. He slips, stumbles, and falls backward, does not reach the divan. And now let's go to you, Ewin, Didymus, and then Doxel.
Okay.
Get
Can I
him!
jump?
Lady Ewin, I believe you can fell that one easily as you did the other.
Says,
Well, he looks
Estrella.
capable, but, well, I'll have a go. And can I jump up on the couch and get to him?
absolutely you can. Go ahead and make a dex check, but this is an easy one. Just don't roll like a 1 as you're doing this.
I roll 8, so
right.
at least I make it. Yeah.
You easily leap up on it. You see him stumbling back. That's only about 10 feet for you, so you can easily get that attack. And with him stumbling down, you coming from high ground, I will give you a +2 to hit on anything you roll because you're coming over the top. He's facing away from you. And in fact, hang on, you may be flanking him. Let me see which direction as he fell off. He kept his feet. Yeah, so as he slipped off, he actually turned toward Blackthorn. So you get +2, and then he has no dex bonus as well on this attack.
Okay. So I roll 13 with the longsword and 12 with the dagger. That might not be that good.
And your base, so you're level 3.
Might still be a little bit wobbly here up on the couch. So
well, actually,
perfect.
with coming to that, those both hit. Flanking him with that +2 that I gave you, you just hit twice.
Okay, and that means that I get then I get my sneak attack bonus.
Yes, you do. That's right.
Ooh,
I forgot about
awesome.
that.
Yep. So I roll. Hang on a second. A D8.
And I want to make sure I have it correct here. You, Brutus, had done 16 total points of damage, correct? Is it a 5 and 11?
Yep.
That's what I wrote down.
5 and 11, correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
5 and
Yeah.
11.
All right.
So it's 14 points of damage with the longsword, and then I add my dagger is only 2 points.
14 and 2.
It's a masterwork dagger, though. Yeah.
Okay, so all right.
Very nice.
You basically, as you come off, you have the power of your jump. You slam your blade. It pierces through his shoulder. You actually, Brutus, you see the blade point come through his shoulder on the opposite side, and her second dagger hits him right in the glute, penetrates deeply into the muscle of his glute. He screams. Now you can see there is fear in his eyes. As he's staggering away, he's fumbling in that pocket. You saw him put that ring a moment ago. Sir Didymus.
Can I take another step in lunging at him?
All right, so let's see here. Let's make sure
Right in the middle there.
Yeah, let's check the distance here. So you're exactly 10 feet from him. I will allow that, yes. Now you're going to need to make that dex check again because you're slipping right between two melee combatants who are swinging. I'm going to put that at a -4. You will be in danger of being in range of being in the flow of an attack because this is all simultaneous action.
Is there any other bad guy around?
Nope.
I don't want him to get away. That's the only reason. Otherwise, my first inclination was to go down and just safeguard the lady, but I don't want him to get away.
So what do you do?
So I must try.
All right. Roll.
Let's see if I rolled a 9, which is under my dex -4.
Then, okay, you make it through. You duck beneath the hammer blow. You see Lord Brutus, boom, boom. You see Lady Awen leaping off of the couches, slamming her blades in, blood splattering. The panic in this man's voice. Roll to hit.
Brute force, viciousness, finesse. 12 total.
That's not going to hit.
Though, right? It's back, right?
It is, but still not going to hit.
But it was still finesse.
it was still finessey. Now we go to initiative.
What about?
Oh, Doxel, you didn't go. I'm sorry. Yes, Doxel. Forgive
All right, I posed the question in chat. Which option do you want me to go with?
Okay, and he's talking about the Zoom chat audience, which I'm pulling up on the
Zoom
screen
chat.
for you there. All right.
I guess the question
is he
is,
lose hit points?
does he lose hit points until he gets healed? Or
Speaking of which, I forgot. You, Sir Didymus, are still suffering burning acid damage from that acid arrow. You have two rounds of that to make up.
I thought my burning rage would have quenched it by now.
Smoldering rage.
Smoldering.
You take 12 points for those 2 rounds of burning damage. Those rolls were actually not that good.
Wow.
But with that second round, you see the acid dribble away. The spell has exhausted its potency, but you took an additional 12 points of acid damage. Now, what was the question being asked of me?
So does Blackthorn lose hit points while he's down, or does he just stay at the -7?
So you don't know. You saw he was bleeding.
That means yes.
He sees his fellow cleric down. He's going to go straight to him and cast Cure Light Wounds onto Blackthorn.
Okay, you step forward, and as you call upon the power of your deity, the healing, go ahead and make your healing roll. Just roll the healing that you give him.
4 points.
4 points of healing. As you do so, you had lost 1 more hit point, Blackthorn. You were at -8. So this brings you down to -4. You are still unconscious, but thankfully, the ministrations of your cleric have saved you from the brink of death. The bleeding has now stopped. All right. Who has not gone yet? I think that's everyone for this round. So it's initiative now. DM has a 5 on the die.
Who's rolling?
I think
We go to Anna now. It would be Eowyn.
Sorry.
She always rolls 6.
I rolled a 1, so sorry.
Okay. As he steps, you see he slides something on his hands, and he vanishes from sight. What do you do?
Just invisible. Attack.
Yeah.
All right.
That's t-
So you're going to kind of step forward and swing in that general area? All right, roll to hit. Anyone doing anything different?
Doxel will go towards the singer.
Okay.
In case he's
Lady
headed that
Estrella.
way.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. As you walk over toward Lady Estrella, you see she's reacting to each blow, each swing. When she saw Blackthorn fall, oh my! As she sees Lady Awen leaping off the couch, oh bravo, bravo! She's rapt. She's loving all of this, and you do sense some concern, but it's almost as again like one witnessing a play, not with one in danger in any way, shape, or form. All right, we go to you, Sir Didymus.
That's a 2-attack round. I'm swinging into the air.
And
I know he's there.
We'll go to you next, Lord Brutus, then you, Dolan, then you, Eowyn. Get one round to have a decent shot at this.
All right, I
As he's
rolled
moving.
18. I get +2, so it's 20 -4 because he's invisible.
Right. -4.
16 total.
16 total. And he has turned his back towards you because he's moving, so that is a hit.
And 15.
Total of 15 on the second one?
Yes.
Both of those hit. Roll your damage.
So 2d8 +6. Best roll yet. 14. Haha, finesse.
As you leap forward, you split the fray. You see Lady Awen yanking her blades out of the body, blood flowing. She just kind of casually licks that dagger again. As he vanishes, you swing right where he was, and I would ask you to tell me what it looks like, but you can't see what it looks like.
I can feel it. I feel the catch.
All you hear is the you feel it slice through. You hear a and then there is a thunk as a body hits the ground.
When you actually really have a sharp sword and you're actually cutting something that's similar consistency of tissue, you can actually tell when it like hits, and then you can tell when the blade actually bites, and it suddenly feels super smooth. It's really interesting.
Tim's interesting fact of the day. As the battle concludes, Lady Alastra absolutely glowing with joy over what she has just witnessed. Absolutely magnificent. You are wonderful. You have saved me. I am ever eternally in your debt, good sirs. I do think your friend might be in need of attendance.
Phipps.
You look over at Phipps. His form lies against the wall, huge gaping burn in his chest, blood trail of his skull going down the wall.
Yes. I'll clean it up later, but how is he doing?
You walk over to check on him?
Yes.
As Sir Didymus walks over, it takes you don't have to get within 5 to 6 feet of him to clearly see Phipps is far gone and quite dead.
Or Phipps.
The lightning bolt clearly would have done for him, let alone the fact his skull has cracked against the rock wall, his body a life and limpless form. But
oh, Phipps.
You see, as you look down, you see he has in his left hand something. As you look down, you see clutched in his left hand, he has a small white kerchief, just the kind he would always hand you after you had gone through some physical exertion. And with his dying action, he made sure that he served in his final moments, and he holds that kerchief in that hand as though he knew you would survive and succeed, and he wanted his last act to be one of service.
Well, I will take that kerchief and I will clean off Phipps's face and fix his hair and then I will keep that stained kerchief. And I will find all those ruffians that work at the opera and have them all murdered.
As all of this ensues, and in a few moments, there's healing applied. Blackthorn, your eyes flutter back to consciousness. You see you and your all of your compatriots surround Lady Alastra. She is she's tremendously grateful. She glides between each of you and gives the gentlest of touches. As she does so, you feel a sense of cleansing and of healing. As her touch rests upon each of you, you are all healed of your wounds.
How about healing Phipps?
She looks over, and now, for the first time, you see as though something has affected her. And as she looks down, her eyes flash briefly golden for a moment, and she says, "I'm so sorry. There are some things beyond my ministrations. But he was a good man. He died a noble death. And we are often so short-lived." With this, as the party stands around, you see Estrella walks over and she slides back a part of the carpet on the floor. "I have a few things here, some things I've collected." Oh, was he speaking? Who was trying to talk? Oh,
Tim,
I was speaking to my son who was bothering me.
Okay.
I had to say away.
My apologies.
I wonder if you might like a few of these baubles that I have. And as she pulls things out, you see rare items of antiquity. You are befuddled. And yet, as she gives you that final smile, there is something you have always known very different about Lady Estrella, but never have you felt the power, the sense of aura, the blessing to be in her presence. You know in this moment what you have done this night is perhaps an aid to a being beyond your reckoning. And with that, we end our one-shot with the ossified Grognard spending a night at the opera. Bravo! Bravo, all of you. So nicely done. All right, so a couple of things. We're gonna roll for our giveaway. We're gonna do a stream MVP vote tonight as well, which is always our way here on Blue Box, and we'll be done in just a few minutes. I want to say thank you to the players, and we do need to talk a little bit of lore here. Your PCs would not know this, and I saw some guessing in the chat. But I will reveal to you what was happening tonight, though the PCs didn't really put enough clues together to figure it out, which was possible, just based on decisions made. But you guys uncovered quite a bit of it. Who here knows the nature of Lady Estrella? Go ahead. I knew Anna would. I figured Tim would as well. Either one of you, tell us who Lady Estrella is.
She is a Greyhawk dragon.
That is correct. She is a great
Greyhawk dragons. Yeah, they like to just be humans.
Yeah, and in particular, Lady Estrella as a dragon. Yes, she was. Wasn't she fun, Rachel? She has some baubles, but her hoard is not treasure. Her hoard is the adulation of humanity. She serves in her role here in the Royal Opera because the treasure to her is the adulation of the crowds, the love of the people. Hence this detached sense that she had engaging with you as combat was all around her, feeling no real sense of threat, although there was, in fact, a real sense of threat. That drink that you could not identify, the reason you couldn't, it was the Radiance of Io. It is a paralytic specifically for dragon kind. And when administered, will paralyze. Those manacles, if slapped on, they are manacles of anti-magic and would have prevented any spell casting from Lady Estrella. She was the target of Dragotha, the Dracolich that lives in the Rift, and he desired her as a consort. So
Your PCs don't know any of this. I'm just telling you, this was sort of the backstory of this. You could have uncovered more of it, but really important what happened here tonight. And you can see now why Lady Alessandra Samara was warning of the portent. Were this to have occurred, the fate that could have befallen the Free City would have been great.
What does that make us?
Kind of makes you heroes.
Big damn heroes.
All right. So yes, type hashtag BlueBoxRPG in the chat for your giveaways. As you all get ready, you're going to tell us why you should be Stream MVP, and then I'm going to roll and tell you which one of these amazing Mad Chatters you will be rolling for as we give away this gorgeous Scarlet Brotherhood piece here tonight. I want to thank the Mad Chatters. Tomorrow night, you can see Vivi. Vivi will be back with us, joining us for our Revivifying Your DM. And so this is a Lore Masters Arcanum session, which will talk about how, if you're the Forever DM, how you can reinvigorate your game, how you can come up with new ideas, how you can stay inspired in what you do as a DM. And we're going to be super excited to have Vivi back with us tomorrow night. And then next week, this time next week, Tuesday, Session 0 of Greyhawk Awakening. Oh, by the way, Book 3, have I told you? Something is coming. Oops, that was anticlimactic. I messed that up. Hang on here. Wrong button. I jaded.
Yeah.
So my date cut off there, but it is on May 2nd. So it's a one-shot that we're doing next week. And then we have, or pardon, not a Session 0 that we're doing next week. I'm getting punchy here. Session 0 we're doing next week, but the actual Session 1 game begins on May 2nd, Tuesday, May 2nd. All-star cast, 3 members of the original GHA crew, but now we have Ashlyn, Dollar Store DM, and Manda, Mystical Unicorn, joining us. It is going to be fantastic. We're going to have the cartographic excellence of Anna helping us. We've got custom soundtracks, custom miniatures, 3D printed minis, huge terrainscapes, VTT work, custom art. I can't even keep track of all of it. There's so many moving pieces and parts. This is by far the biggest effort that Blue Box has ever made around a campaign. We will be giving away an original box set of Dark Sun that night on 5/2, the full box set. And oh, by the way, either that first one or the second one on the 9th, I have coming an autographed original. It was sealed in the box, Dragon Crown module signed by Richard Baker of D&D and TSR lore and fame, a friend of Blue Box here. He's doing this for us, and so we have some really cool stuff coming. Thank you all for supporting and being part of this. As we do our giveaways now, we're going to go around. I'd like each of us to tell you why you should be Stream MVP, and I'm going to roll for the order that we go here in. Let's start with, that's a 4. I'm going to go in this direction. So let's start with you, Dolan. Chris, why should Dolan be Stream MVP tonight?
Well, Dolan doesn't remember too much about what he did tonight. He was drinking, but he did finally get a chance to win back some respect by getting some goodies at the end. So he did do that, and old horse collar shouldn't get it, even though he's all fancy dressed. But
all right, you, my friend, will be rolling for. If you see yourself pop up in the stream, it does not mean you've won yet. It means you're in the roll giveaway. You will be rolling for CGG Mark. CGG Mark, please let us know if you're in. You have to be in with us right now, so just pop in the chat and say, "Yep, I'm here." And if so, Dolan will be rolling for you. Chris, make sure you mark his name down because I'll ask you that when we get to you. All right, for the remaining, next is you, Jason. Why should Brutus? All right, good. CGG Mark, you're here. Why should Brutus be Stream MVP? You're muted. I'm sorry, Jason, you're muted.
Yeah, not everybody can sleep in the middle of combat. So, there is.
And not everybody can get this close to getting lucky with Lady Estrella.
True. Other than that, a couple of good hits here and there, but frankly, Phipps was MVP.
All right, we'll let the audience decide that. You will be rolling for Jeff Moose 2271.
I got you, Jeff.
No, but Jason, you were a great sport tonight, and I know with 6 players, it can be a little challenging at times to get everybody in. We have some big role play moments and whatnot here, but I thought you all did a really good job of blending with each other.
Time.
Yeah, letting people have their so you got Jeff Moose 22, and he's always in. Thank you, Jeff. All right, next we're going to go to you, Sir Didymus. Why should you be Stream MVP?
I've never been put forth with such an honor, but I would say that his fashion and his etiquette and charm carry the day on many occasions.
Outstanding.
You, Sir Didymus, will be rolling for Tracy. Tracy 70, one of our OGs here with Pat.
Okay.
And next we're going to go, so we only got 3 of you left here, so roll a d6. And this is going to be you, Doxel. Why should you be Stream MVP?
All right, other than having more than you voices, Doxel has other reasons to be MVP as well. He did detect that the poison was in the bottle, so we saved them from using it to keep her from being possibly paralyzed.
He did. That bottle would have already been up in her suite had it not been discovered. So well played, party.
Plus, he not only healed Blackthorn to save his life, he also woke up Brutus, unfortunately, from that beautiful, wonderful dream he was having, to get him back in the game because we needed him, because it was a tough choice between casting the heal and casting a command to try to make the other guy surrender. So I think he made the right choice, and because he was able to keep everything back going, I think that's why Doxel deserves to be MVP.
Well said. All right.
Very good.
So you will be rolling for Chris. You got Bruingal. Chris, you're in it. Okay, next. Lady Ewin. Why should you be Stream MVP?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why she shouldn't be. So let me list them. And first of all, she's kind of morally ambiguous. She's in fact actually the third daughter of the Countess Ravel of Gold County in Furiundi. That's her real backstory.
And did you catch the moment, everyone, when Estrella laid her finger across the jaw and she referenced the deceptions that we all hold because she knew exactly that? Well played, Anna.
Yep, and then what she did, she ran away from home to Radagast City, and she wanted adventure, so she snuck into the Bandit Kingdoms and the Principality of Red Hand and Siege, and there she, Lord Shinner fell in love with her but treated her badly, so she basically cut his throat, took his dagger, and made sure that everybody in his lordship knew that he had been murdered in the most brutal way possible. She took the treasure and realized that maybe she should dial it down a notch or two, and she came back to Greyhawk and started to realize, well, she's might be in a bit of a trouble. So she started to ease her way into more normal circles, so to speak. So
okay.
She's a fighter rogue. So yeah.
Okay. All right. And absolutely gloriously played. We loved her moral ambiguity. Her interaction with Sir Waltham was outstanding. Her combat prowess was significant. Dropping that dagger through his jaw, busting his teeth out, slicing his vocal cords, spraying his jugular blood everywhere, leaping on the couches. It was absolutely glorious. I definitely think you are most likely to give Sir Didymus a strong run for his money tonight. And you will be rolling for Terran Wanderer. Terran Wanderer, are you still in the chat? Let us know. Who have I not asked yet? I believe it was you, Tim, right? Have you not gone yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, why should Blackthorn be Stream MVP?
Well, I think it's obvious because of his advanced skill with spiritual weapon.
Yep.
Was this a carryover from your Friday Night Crusades rolls? Is that?
No, I don't play that. I've not been in that.
Oh, I thought I'd seen you in there. Okay.
No, sometimes I go and just listen.
Oh, that's what it is. I've seen you in the. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Other than your proficiency with the spiritual weapon, any other reason?
My embryonic use of detective skills. Something that might, if I ever play this character some more, that might be something I could, keep working on. So he's a budding detective, I feel.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. And, you bring up a good point. We all have busy lives. I could not, and I'm sure you could not also commit to any sort of regular schedule. But would you all be interested in playing these characters again and continuing the story with them here in the Free City? They're very interesting characters. Thoughts, anyone?
Oh, yes. Will be fun.
I'm just got to figure out the schedule, certainly.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'd be like a once a quarter type thing, very, not a big commitment of time, but I think occasionally it might be fun. You don't often get to play Nobility, and I think you have some interesting characters here. I think the audience might like that as well. Okay, so then you're going to be rolling for... yes, got you there. Thank you, Tracy. And... Ishin Loki! All right, my friend Ishin Loki, are you also still in the chat? And with that said, I believe Manda can only put up 5, which is interesting. We're going to have to figure that out because we're going to have 6 players more often here now. Only put up 5 in the poll. Would anyone like to recuse themselves from the MPP vote?
I can.
I don't need to be in.
No, you absolutely must be. Nope.
Okay.
All right, so I would say... Who said so? Jason volunteered and Dolan. Okay, so I'm going to roll the off. All right, Dolan, I rolled a 3 on a 1 to 6. So Dolan, Manda, go ahead and leave Dolan off the stream MVP, even though you did a great job tonight, Chris. And you, sir, did not fall unconscious, did not get knocked out, did not fall asleep. You recused yourself. Do you have Chip? All right, stream MVP poll is up, but you're still all going to roll, and let's go around the horn. Let's start with you tonight. Doxel, tell us who you're rolling for and give us your roll.
All right, I am rolling for Brungal, one of my fellow players.
That's right.
Here. Since he's not in the thing, let's see if we can win it for him. Just 1d20?
Yes. Oh, no, he's a sub, so roll 2 d20s.
Okay. 19.
Oh, very strong for Brungal. But again, with 5 other people to roll, and almost all of these are subs, there's a good chance somebody else is going to get 1 or better. All right, let's go to you, Jason. Tell us who you're rolling for and give us your roll.
I know the name was Moose.
Yeah, that's Jeff, Moose 2271.
Alrighty. And let's see what we get. Oh, a 9. Sorry, Jeff.
All right, Chris still in the lead. Let's go to you, Dolan. Tell us who you're rolling for. Your stream MVP poll is up. Upper right-hand corner, please vote and pick your winner tonight. So far, it's close between, we've got Doxel, Ewin, and Didymus all close. Brutus, your brother hasn't even voted for you. That's terrible. All right, Dolan, did you roll yet? Chris?
Oh, nope. I got a 7, and was they a sub? That was the CGG mark?
Yes.
And a 1.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, you're still in the lead. And it's suspect. Your rolls are suspect, sir. Preserving your own lead. All right, let's go to you, Tim. Tim Blackthorn, Tim.
Okay, I'm rolling for Ishank Loki.
Here we go, Ishan Loki. You have the Enoch Pratt rolling for you.
Is that a sub?
Yes.
Okay.
Been following us since 2020.
Nice.
Be 3 years in October.
I have a 19 and a 7.
Ooh, we have a tie. All right, we'll resolve that in a moment. Sir Didymus.
Yes, sir.
Who are you rolling for, sir?
Tracy 70.
Still time to vote. It's a tie right now between Didymus and Ewin. Okay, Tracy.
Is she a sub?
Yes, she absolutely is. She and Pat, longtime stalwarts of Blue Box.
17. Close, but no.
Not tonight, but they've won a lot. Actually, Tracy, I think you guys had a package that went out yesterday. In fact, I know you did. Anna.
I forgot who I was rolling for, but hang on a second here.
Okay, I believe.
Hang on a second, I'm scrolling.
Terran Wanderer, I believe, was who you had.
Okay, yep, thank you.
All right.
So 10 and 17.
Okay, so it is then. We have a roll-off. Oh, and wait. Oh, in a shocking upset. Ewin pulled away in the last seconds there. No doubt with that combat prowess. And also, I think the reverse seduction of Walther. By the way, if you haven't noticed, one of my favorite tropes here in Blue Box, I love to throw
men of low character in situations where female players can absolutely humble them. You saw Daisy Bell just a couple of weeks ago put essentially what's a throwing star into the growing of a dock worker who was behaving badly. For some reason, I just enjoy those moments, and you absolutely crushed that tonight. So you are stream MVP, Anna, but the roll-off now,
Thank you.
thank you, chat, is between Chris being rolled for by Doxel, and then Blackthorn, Tim, you're rolling for...
Ishan Loki.
Ishin Loki. All right, you guys both roll 1 die, 1d20, and tell us what you get.
You got
19 again.
Okay, well, there it is. Congratulations, Chris. You have won the guide. I want to ask, as we prep for the raid here, we'll figure out who we're going to raid. I want to say thank you to all the Mad Chatters. Long show tonight, 4.5 hours on a Tuesday night. That's a long stream. Many of you have stuck with us the entire night. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you enjoyed all the performance of the players. A lot of effort went into it with the players. Candidly, a lot of effort went into it on the part of your humble DM. And players, I hope you had fun tonight. It is always my goal that you guys have a good time.
Very fun.
It was
had
a
a
lot
great
of
time.
fun. It was
Great
awesome.
time, John. Thank
Yep.
you so much.
It's been an honor and privilege to be playing with all of you.
Same. I feel the
Indeed.
same.
Yeah,
It
that was awesome.
The privilege has been mine,
Likewise.
and I think I speak on behalf of all ossified grognards that tonight you saw incredible role play that would keep up with any of these younger crowd. You saw cosplay that would make Cameron and Rachel weep, that would make Thomas crumble, would make all my GHA cast beg to learn from the ways of Sir Didymus in cosplay. You saw incredible combat prowess. You did weep. It's beautiful, Rachel said. You've got some fans in the chat there, Tim. And so on behalf of all my amazing players tonight, on behalf of all the Mad Chatters, we love you. We're going to raid into our friends over at Guild Superior. They're the only guys going later than us tonight. And say hi to them as we raid through on behalf of
They're
Blue Box. Big love to everybody here. We appreciate all of you. Blue Box out.